Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the latest mission from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. So good to have you all with us here tonight as we prepare to cover the fourth private astronaut mission heading up to the International Space Station. Axiom Mission 4, shorthand AX4, is going to be carrying 4 astronauts, 3 that are traveling to space for the very first time. Those astronauts representing India, Poland, and Hungary. Those 3 in particular will be returning human spaceflight capabilities to their countries and sending an astronaut into space for the first time in at least 40, if not more years than that. This will also be the first time that an astronaut from either India or Poland or Hungary has been to the International Space Station. I want to thank the nearly 1,000 of you who are with us live at the start of our coverage. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button, sharing the stream. Allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. Lots to talk about, of course, as we roll on through the count, and lots to see, including the arrival of the astronauts in their final preparations to say fond farewell to their families before they make the trip out to get ready for launch at the pad. Currently T-minus 4 hours, 58 minutes, 34 seconds and counting. We will be seeing that point where the families will be greeting their astronaut loved ones adjacent to the press site. That is going to be happening within the hour. And we do have a team on standby down there, so we'll be sure to bring that to you as it happens. That wave off to family members is expected around the ballpark of 9:54, so just before 10 o'clock here on the East Coast, 0200 UTC for those joining around the world. Axiom Space, SpaceX, preparing to launch the mission at 2:31 a.m. Eastern on Wednesday the 25th. And of course, NASA and its international partners are standing by and waiting to receive the crew once they arrive on board their Dragon spacecraft at the orbiting outpost. We're looking live right now, of course, at Historic Launch Complex 39A, where Dragon spacecraft is getting ready to fly for the very first time. This set to be the 5th and final Dragon to enter the SpaceX fleet. Currently does not have an announced name, but we are told that the name will be revealed once the crew is on orbit. The booster's tail number 1094 in the SpaceX fleet, getting ready to fly for just its 2nd time. As we're getting things going here, I want to thank our moderators in the live chat who are helping us out today. Taking a look around, see who we've got here. See Callistia Lee, Rick Donner with us at this point in the count. We'll keep our eyes peeled for any of the other mods as they join on in. But as you see them pop in the live chat, be sure to give them a big old Spaceflight Now hello. You, of course, can make their job that much easier by following the rules of the live chat. We ask that you converse in English so that our moderators can respond as appropriate, that you refrain from delving into over politics and religion in the chat. You also hold off from using all caps as you make your comments or queries, talk amongst yourselves. And last but certainly not least, that you treat each other with the kindness and respect that you yourself would like to be treated. I also want to thank one of our channel members, Cumulus Granatus, who's here with us again tonight, able to provide some answers and insight for folks that have questions in the chat as they pop up. These live launch opportunities, of course, are made possible thanks to our wonderful channel member community here on YouTube, as well as those who subscribe through our website, spaceflightnow.com. For the folks here on YouTube, want to thank Joni Mahoney, the Rocket Girl, Mirage, Leafs fan, Butterfly, Rita Loy, and many others. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, which is shop.spaceflightnow.com. Access to member-only videos here on YouTube, access to our members-only Discord server, and of course the ability to watch all of our live launch liftoff moments from here in Florida in 4K. That's a little bit of housekeeping as we get things rolling tonight. If you have a comment or question about this mission or other goings-on in the realm of space or spaceflight, or just want to offer some support like Matthew Lowry just did, you can use the YouTube Super Chat feature. And not only will he be giving us some interesting things to talk about as we cruise on through the count, but you'll be supporting what we do here at Spaceflight Now, and that, my friends, is always greatly appreciated. To that end, I want to thank Matthew Lowry as well as Free Speech for All. Matthew for a $10 super chat, Free Speech for a £10 super chat. We've got the full crew out tonight in force. Our Stephen Young is running the technical operations of the broadcast this evening. Our Adam Bernstein left just a short time ago to get prepared to cover the crew handover, the last opportunity that family and friends will have to wave at the astronauts and offer them some final words of encouragement before they head on up to Launch Complex 39A. We also have our Michael Caine and John Pisani out and about, supporting in various fashions tonight. If you're not following the fellas online, you can find them at their handles here on X. Adam is ABurnNYC, Michael Caine at MD Caine Jr., John Pisani at John Pisani Photo, and be sure to follow Spaceflight Now simply at Spaceflight Now. If you're not on X, you can also find us on Threads, Blue Sky, and Facebook. We'll also be joined tonight with tracking assistance of this Falcon 9 rocket by our friends Pete Carstens with Max Q Productions, as well as Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. Coming up here in just a little more than 10 minutes is when we're expecting that crew handover event. So we're getting our cameras lined up and in position for that. Time now T-minus 4 hours, 51 minutes, 9 seconds and counting. Taking a look over at the crew handover event, you can see some of the friends and dignitaries are lining up, getting ready to say fond farewell to the 4 astronauts of the AX-4 mission, getting ready to head off, coming up here in just a little less than 5 hours from now. Taking a look at our friend Chuck and Jen Briggs camera view, you see a flag for India there, one of the foreign nations that is represented on this mission. The pilot of AX-4 is Shubhanshu Shukla, who is from India and a pilot in the Indian Air Force. He's one of 4 men who was chosen for India's human spaceflight program called Gaganyaan. India has a lot of big ambitions for their human spaceflight program, including eventually having their own space station, and are in the midst of working on crewed vehicles. Over on the right-hand side, that is the flag of Hungary, or excuse me, the flag of Poland. Poland is represented in this mission by one of the mission specialists who is flying today. That, of course, is Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. Tibor Kapu is the other mission specialist who is flying on today's Axiom 4 mission, or technically tomorrow. The liftoff is 2:31 a.m. Tibor is a 33-year-old Hungarian, also part of a small cadre of astronauts selected as part of HUNOR, which is the Hungarians to Orbit astronaut program. Actually, we'll go ahead and switch back to Chuck's view, as it looks like we're getting glimpses of the astronaut convoy that is making its way towards the press site here. Actually, these just may be the Teslas that the crew are going to be getting into. The crew, they'll have the words crew transport vehicle on the side if that's the case. It can be a little hard to make out in the darkness, but they are going to be rolling up to some spotlights, so hopefully we'll get a little bit of context on there. Yeah, you can see the X for SpaceX. Leading the mission today is former NASA astronaut, current Axiom Space astronaut, Peggy Whitson, who will be making her 5th trip to space. Her most recent flight was on AX-2 back in 2023. If you're just joining us now, we are watching live as the 4 astronauts of the AX4 mission will shortly be greeting their family and friends one last time. Taking a live look right now at the edge of the Launch Complex 39A press site. As you can see, a whole row of family and friends are gathered there, waiting to greet the 4 members of AX4. Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, mission specialist Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski, and mission specialist Tibor Kapu. That 4-member crew will be making their way up to the International Space Station after they lift off. Liftoff time currently 2:31 a.m. Eastern, 0631 UTC for those around the world. And we certainly want to thank our international audience for being here today with such a global mission about to embark. It's always great to see where people are checking out our coverage from. Go ahead and let us know in the live chat where you are watching this global mission from AX4. Also, thank you, MedTech, for the kudos on name pronunciation. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't practicing leading up to this mission. Also, for those who are here in Central Florida, be aware that the booster is going to be touching down not out on a drone ship, but rather back at Landing Zone 1 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So just a heads up if you have some friends or family who are in the area, especially of Merritt Island, but Central Florida, broadly speaking, and certainly along Brevard County, otherwise known as Florida's Space Coast, there will very likely be a sonic boom that is heard for a good distance. Again, depends a little bit on the amount of cloud cover and wind direction and all that as far as who hears it, what the strength feels like. But our microphones will certainly pick it up, so even if you're not here to feel it pound in your chest, we'll bring you the next best thing. Also, this mission is going to be, of course, going to the International Space Station. Therefore, it's going to be flying a northeasterly trajectory once it leaves the pad. So if you're in the area of northeast Florida up to Georgia, the Carolinas, we've seen folks get some Falcon 9 rocket pics all the way up in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. So if you're up this coming morning and you have some clear skies, try to snap a picture of the Falcon 9 as it makes its climb uphill and tag us on social media. I always love to see what you all are able to capture. Coming up on T-minus 4 hours, 41 minutes and counting. Local time 9:50 here on the East Coast. The handover event is expected to begin in earnest in the next few minutes, so we should see the astronauts start to make their way out to their friends and family who are beyond the yellow ropes there. If you've been with us for a crewed mission before, you'll remember these sites, but in a different locale. For a full-duration astronaut mission that is launching on behalf of NASA as the primary customer for the commercial crew program, those astronauts will walk out of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. But given this is a private astronaut mission and Axiom Space is not using that building, that's why things look a little bit different here tonight. Things also look a little bit different because this mission has been delayed a number of times and a couple of weeks for a variety of reasons. We had issues with weather at the onset of this saga of delays. Then there was a liquid oxygen leak that cropped up in the Falcon 9 booster. And once that was remedied, there were also some issues with a leak in the Russian module on the space station that needed to be accounted for, make sure they understood the pressure before they allow this mission to progress. Taking a look from friend Chuck and Jen Briggs' vantage point as the convoy is making its way out here tonight. Just talking behind the scenes, this actually may be the crew that's heading to the pad first to prepare the Dragon spacecraft for the astronauts as they make their way out there. And actually on that white van, it looked like you could see SpaceX's Dragon symbol ever so briefly. So I believe that is what we are looking at here as they're cruising on by the press site. Bring things back over here to our waiting family and friends coming up on the start of the handover here. And we're now getting the moment we've been waiting for, the van that looks like it's carrying the stars of the evening, the 4 astronauts who are going to be heading up to the International Space Station here. Got the right vehicle and frame now here. And there they are. We've got our crew of AX4. Looks like leading the way is Commander Peggy Whitson, who is making her 5th trip to the International Space Station and is the American who has spent the most time in space. Going to keep running up that record here with the next 14 days. Now to her left, our right, blowing the kiss, that is mission specialist from Poland, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. Just beyond that person who raised their light up high and brought it down a little bit lower, that is mission specialist Tibor Kapu, representing Hungary. And then just on the left-hand side of the frame, almost out of the pocket here, but you're looking at mission pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, representing India. Again, because these astronauts are in quarantine, as is any crew that's going to be heading up to the International Space Station, that's why there's some distance between the astronauts and their family and friends. Peggy Whitson has spent 675 days in space. You just saw her there. Tibor Kapu, and there's Shubhanshu, known by his call sign Shuks. Member of the Indian Air Force, he's amassed more than 2,000 flight hours on a number of aircraft. Those include the MiG-21, a MiG-29, Jaguar, Hawk, and many others. Crews will have just a little bit of time here before they need to head out to the site near Launch Complex 39A, where they will don their IVA suits, their intravehicular suits. Then they'll make a very short trip out to the pad because they're going to be suiting up basically adjacent to Launch Complex 39A. They're not going to have a whole lot of time to jam in the car. Typically when we have the crew transport vehicles, those black Teslas that go from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility out to the pad, there's no stopping in between, and it's a 20-ish minute drive, so they've got a good amount of time to share the playlist and get in the right headspace before they make their final stop on Earth and then ascend the crew access tower. Looks like some Hungarian flags there, so the folks in the center of your screen would be representing Tibor, Kapu. And the photographer that is on the left-hand side of your screen rocking a, looks like a classic Crew 9 shirt back before the crew lineup was shifted in order to compensate for allowing Butch and Sunny to return on that Dragon spacecraft. Flag of Poland on the right-hand side of your screen, and the astronaut who is facing the crowd is mission specialist Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. Like his fellow mission specialist Tibor and their pilot Shukla, Sławosz will be making his first trip to space. He was selected as a reserve astronaut as part of ESA's class of 2022. And it was announced the following year that he would be making a trip up to space in the near future. And after some delays to the AX4 mission, that time is almost upon us now. In the wide shot here, just beyond that white building, which looks tinted yellow because of the color of that light, you can see the base of the Mobile Launcher 2. It's designed for the larger version of the Space Launch System rocket. A nice group photo here, flashing the 4s for Axiom Mission 4. And actually walking just down into the front of the frame on the left-hand side, now that's back to us, that is Michael Lopez Alegria, who is the lead astronaut for Axiom Space. He served as the commander for AX-1 and AX-3, and is the backup commander for this mission. Had Peggy Whitson been unable to fly today, he's trained and would have been able to step in. Nice little picture with all their friends and family. And now they're going to be getting in their crew transport vehicles. In just a moment here. You can see the person with the number 17 on their uniform. That is one of the SpaceX support crew, referred to as the Ninjas. You'll see them in a full black getup, and these folks help assist the astronauts and also prepare the Dragon spacecraft. That was the team that you saw a little bit ahead of the astronauts' arrival here. Peggy Whitson will be riding alongside her pilot today, Shubhanshu Shukla of India. There you saw Tibor Kapu get in on the left side of the second Tesla. He'll be joined by the other mission specialist, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. Although they just call him Sław for short. Gold doors down. Astronauts are secure. Windows rolled down to give one final wave and send some final words off to their friends and family. A key moment for any human spaceflight mission is the last time that you get a face-to-face opportunity with those who love and care about you the most. And wishing you all the best. Of course, unlike a long-duration mission, this will be a fairly short separation of these astronauts and their loved ones. Axiom Mission 4, like other private astronaut missions, is designed to last just a couple weeks as it is created. Although in case of poor weather in the splashdown zone off the coast of California, they would have the opportunity to extend this mission a little bit if needed. And there they go. Peggy, Whitson, Shubhanshu, Shukla, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski, and Tibor Kapu, the 4 astronauts of AX4. We'll talk, of course, much more about them as we continue on with our broadcast coverage of the AX4 mission heading up to the International Space Station. That is their destination in the long term. They will first be heading out to an adjacent hangar, which is nearby the pad, and that's where they will suit up in their intravehicular or IVA suits, the classic white SpaceX suits that we've gotten used to seeing now over a series of crew missions, both those heading to the International Space Station as well as free flyers. To date, SpaceX has flown 64 individuals. Of course, there have been just a couple of folks who have had the distinction of flying twice on a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. Those are the men you saw just a moment or two ago, Michael Lopez Alegria, having flown on the AX1 mission and then again on AX3. Jared Isaacman is the other, who commanded Inspiration 4 as well as Polaris Dawn. And soon, adding to her record, Peggy Whitson will become the first female astronaut to have flown twice aboard a Dragon spacecraft. We're currently T-minus 4 hours, 25 minutes, 35 seconds and counting to the flight of Axiom Mission 4. Time now T-minus 4 hours, 18 minutes, 23 minutes, or 23 seconds and counting. Goodness. Appreciate all of you who are with us for our live coverage of the Axiom Mission 4 flight to the International Space Station. As the astronauts are now getting suited up in preparation for their short jaunt out to the pad, let's go ahead and take some time over the next little bit here and get to know each of these astronauts first in their own words. Let's begin with the commander of the AX-4 mission, a woman who is no stranger to spaceflight and certainly the International Space Station. This is AX-4 Commander Peggy Whitson.
I don't know if you remember my story or not. I've told it once or twice.
Before she broke the record for most time in space by an American.
A huge honor to break a record like this.
Before she set the spacewalking record for women. Before she became the first female chief of the astronaut office.
Up here we don't wear shoes, but Shane's leaving some really big socks for me to fill.
Before she became the commander of the International Space Station, the first time.
Thank you. I relieve you, Fyodor Nikolaevich, of command.
And before she became the first science officer of the ISS, Peggy Whitson was just a young girl in Iowa with big ambitions.
I watched the first guys walk on the moon when I was 9 years old and was totally inspired by it. But of course, there were no female astronauts, and I was just a farm kid, and I had no idea how to become an astronaut. And it wasn't until I graduated high school and NASA selected the first female astronauts. And that's when it changed from being a dream to being a goal. As a young kid, I always thought I wanted to be, some combination of Captain Kirk and Dr. Spock. So I wanted to be something like that. Luckily, I pursued my goal, and with passing a lot of hurdles and a lot of time and rejections, I finally made it to become an astronaut in 1996.
Following a storied career at NASA, Whitson retired from the agency in 2018 before joining Axiom Space. She served as the backup commander to Michael Lopez Alegria on Axiom Mission 1 before making her return to the space station on AX-2 in 2023.
I left NASA not ever expecting to fly in space again, and here commercial space industry and Axiom Space has allowed me that opportunity in just a few years from my retirement from NASA. So things are changing very quickly in space.
And now, after amassing a record 675 days in space, Whitson will return to space once again as the commander of the AX-4 mission. She'll also reunite with a familiar face, Sergei Rezhikov, who was on orbit the last time she served as commander of the space station.
For me, returning to space is always a special experience. Every mission is different. Every crew brings something new to the table. I've been incredibly impressed by the dedication and the work ethic and the passion of this team. It's been a joy to train alongside them, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in microgravity. It's going to be fun.
As the director of human spaceflight for Axiom Space, Whitson will also use this latest chapter in space to continue providing first-hand experience for Axiom Space's biggest undertaking, creating the Axiom Station.
Having a lot of flight experience, it's been great for me to be able to share with the engineers who are working on Axiom Station things that are important to a crew from a crew perspective. But it's also fun to be able to take their new ideas and say, yeah, that's a great one. Or maybe this one would work better if you do something slightly different because in space this happens. So it's nice to be able to use my experience to explain that to folks and help them advance more quickly.
And again, that was mission commander and Axiom Space's head of human spaceflight, Peggy Whitson. Currently T-minus 4 hours, 14 minutes, 8 seconds and counting to liftoff of Axiom Mission 4. For those who are just joining us, departure heading up to the International Space Station is set for 2:31 a.m. Eastern. That is 0631 UTC. Because this is a trip trying to catch up to that orbiting outpost, this is an instantaneous launch, which means if for whatever reason a technical issue were to arise either with the Dragon spacecraft, the Falcon 9 rocket, the ground systems, or if there's some unexpected but not impossible errant weather that would stymie a launch, that would result in teams having to stand down for today and back up, or target a backup opportunity tomorrow. If needed, the next launch opportunity would be Thursday, June 26th, with liftoff at 2:09 a.m. Eastern. That being said, things are progressing towards what appears to be a good on-time liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket with its crew in tow. The forecast for today's mission is certainly a good one. Meteorologists with the 45th Weather Squadron forecast earlier today that there was a 90% chance for favorable weather at liftoff. Teams are tracking just a small possibility for concerns regarding the cumulus cloud roll and the possibility for a flight through precipitation due to some small scattered coastal showers that are, quote, expected to be isolated and low-topped. If for whatever reason SpaceX and Axiom were to need to pivot to their backup option in a 24-hour delay scenario, weather would deteriorate just a little bit, going from a 90% chance for favorable weather down to 75% chance. Same concerns as far as the cumulus cloud and flight through precipitation rule. However, the ascent corridor recovery weather does come back into play. For those of you who recall the previous launch attempt in the campaign to get towards the launch of Axiom Mission 4, it was concerns for that ascent recovery weather that were part of the driving factor when it was a weather concern that kept this mission on the ground. A 48-hour delay would be similar to a flight that backs up to Thursday, with issues with the cumulus cloud, flight through precipitation rules, but also the anvil cloud rule would come into play as well. That's because as we get later in the week, the rain chances do increase, and with that, the potential impact from thunderstorms. time now, T-minus 4 hours, 7 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. Taking a look at our live chat here, want to thank our channel member and moderator, Clistia Lee, for gifting 5 Spacefly Now memberships. Really appreciate that generosity, Clistia. And to our 5 newest channel members, actually, we see we do have a 6th courtesy of Psychonaut69. So to our 6 newest channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. If you haven't already, be sure to thank Psychonaut and Clistia Lee in the live chat. And we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership beyond the month you were just gifted. Also want to welcome in a few new channel members joining on their own. Melody Perkins joining us at the pad leader level, as well as MedTech. Psychonaut69 rejoining with channel membership. Good to have you back, Psychonaut. Joining us at the launch director level. Really appreciate that level of support. Helps us keep our entry-level membership where it is. As a reminder, channel members get access to member-only videos here on YouTube, access to our members-only Discord server, and the ability to watch our live launch liftoff moments from here in Florida in full 4K. Also thanks to Josh King, who's been a member with us now for 32 months at the pad leader level, who says in a couple of weeks I'll be heading to Cocoa Beach for a week, me and my family. Hope to see at least one launch. Well, Josh, given the rate of things and the fact that we've got pad 40 clear and pad 39A will hopefully be clear coming up in the next 4 hours and some change, it gives you every possibility that you'll get at least one Falcon 9 launch from here. Also, depending on the timing of your trip and the timing of how quickly they can get back to the pad, now that the Kuiper 2 mission has been launched by United Launch Alliance, they will be pivoting to their first national security space launch mission using a Vulcan rocket. That'll be USSF 106. The first of 2 national security missions that ULA is going to be launching before returning to flights of the Kuiper satellites on behalf of Amazon and its satellite internet service called Project Kuiper. So far, 2 batches of 27 Kuiper satellites have successfully launched into low Earth orbit. The Vulcan rocket will be capable of carrying up to 45 satellites on a full batch. Bringing things back here to the Axiom mission, though, we introduced you to Peggy Whitson, the commander of the mission. Now let's turn to her pilot, the first astronaut from India who will be heading up to the International Space Station, and the first astronaut from India to head into space in general in more than 40 years. I want to introduce you to Indian Air Force pilot and AX-4 pilot as well. This is Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO.
Shubhanshu Shukla. Shuks is his call sign. He's from India, a fighter pilot for 15 years. He was selected as one of 4 Indian astronauts in 2020.
Shuks picks up the baton from Rakesh Sharma, the first Indian astronaut who flew to space back in 1984. Shuks was born a year later.
Consequently, I grew up reading about him in textbooks and listening to his stories from space. I was deeply impressed by him. However, the thought of becoming an astronaut myself never really took root because India did not have an active human spaceflight program back then.
Even with space being a far-off dream, young Shukla still kept his eyes skyward.
Another impressionable thing that I witnessed was an air show when I was in grade 6. I remember being shaken by a sneaking fighter jet that came up from behind us extremely low and pulled up towards the sky, and I lost it in a matter of a few seconds. When the opportunity presented itself for me to join the armed forces, I knew I wanted to be a fighter pilot.
Shukla joined the IAF in June 2006 and graduated from the Indian Air Force Test Pilot School as a test pilot in 2018. The timing of that was serendipitous, to say the least.
On 15th August 2018, Honorable Prime Minister of India announced that a son or daughter of the country would fly to space soon. And as a result, mission Gaganyaan was born.
As a spacefaring nation, human space explorations are very important to us. We have our own Gaganyaan program, which aims to build technical expertise and infrastructure for enabling human presence in low Earth orbit. The experience and know-how from AX4 mission are significant to us, and that would feed into our Gaganyaan program. Our astronaut candidates, Shubhanshu, Shukla, and Prashant Balakrishnan Nair, have been into training since August last year. As mentioned, they have undergone a rigorous training, mission-specific, nominal emergency procedures. They have practiced in various simulators and with periodic assessment on physical and psychological.
Throughout his selection, training, and development as an astronaut, Shukla says Rakesh Sharma was consistently involved.
He is really intertwined in the proceedings of the human spaceflight mission that we were already executing. We regularly keep in touch, and he is kind of a mentor for me, who is advising me on a lot of things of what to expect, how to prepare for this particular mission.
Beyond just achieving the goals of the research work on board the ISS, Shukla says he wants to inspire other young minds.
From orbit, I will also be speaking live with students, educators, and members of India's growing space industry, sharing not just experiences, but inspiration. If even one young dreamer is moved to explore the cosmos because of this mission, we will have already succeeded. I hope to ignite curiosity and excitement in young minds, to let them know that space is not a distant dream, but a future they can shape.
And that again was AX4 pilot Shubhanshu Shukla representing India. Coming up on T-minus 4 hours, 1 minute, and counting to the liftoff of Shukla, as well as the other 3 astronauts of AX4. Time now, T-minus 3 hours, 53 minutes, 17 seconds, and counting. Right now, the astronauts are busily getting suited up in the building adjacent to Launch Complex 39A, but of course they just made some time to say goodbye to their friends and family as they were cruising on past the press site and stopped for some final words with them. I want to show you some photos from our photographer, Michael Kane, who was down there to capture the action. This member of the quartet who is getting ready to head up to the International Space Station here in a little less than 4 hours from now. From left to right, you've got mission pilot Shubhanshu Shukla from India. Moving down the row, Tibor Kapu, mission specialist representing Hungary. Then Peggy Whitson, an American astronaut, former NASA astronaut, and human spaceflight lead for Axiom Space. And then finally on the far right in this picture, on the left for them from their vantage point, that is Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski of Poland. He was selected as a European Space Agency astronaut reserve class member in 2022. He's also an engineer who's spent some time with CERN and also was the engineer in charge for the Large Hadron Collider. Here's another photo of Sław looking back at his family. Nice picture of the AX-4 pilot, Shukla. Commander Peggy Whitson, preparing to be just the third person to fly for a second time on a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. And then the 4 crew members flashing a 4 for AX-4. Former commander of the AX-1 and AX-3 missions and the lead astronaut for Axiom Space, Michael Lopez Alegria, who is out here tonight, just posted a moment or two ago to his social media saying, quote, "Feeling pride for Axiom Space and more than a little FOMO, seeing off the crew of AX-4 just before they head up to the suit-up facility. Go AX-4." End quote. Time now currently T-minus 3 hours, 46 minutes, 7 seconds, and counting. As the 4 astronauts of AX4 continue to make their preparations, getting suited up in the room adjacent to the pad there at Launch Complex 39A, let's go ahead and continue to meet the crew with a little more depth and hear them in their own words. We've met the pilot, we've met the commander. Now let's meet first of 2 mission specialists. Representing Poland, this is Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski, making his first trip to space on behalf of Poland.
Helping explain the world around him is who Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski is at his core.
Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. His name is a mouthful, so we quickly gave him the call sign Swav. His doctoral work on radiation-tolerant designs for space came in handy in his work at CERN as the engineer in charge of the Large Hadron Collider. If you're thinking he's a nerd, trust me, you don't know the half of it.
I was born the 12th of April, on the anniversary of Gagarin's first flight to space. For as long as I can remember, every year for my birthday, my mom was always wishing me a happy cosmonaut day. I was always interested in how the world works around us. This childhood curiosity sometimes drove everyone crazy, but I kept it with me until today, both as an engineer as well as a mountaineer. In the mountains, curiosity helped me to go further, higher, and see with my own eyes how the world looks from the next peak. Throughout my life, curiosity drove me to leaving my hometown, studying in France, living in Switzerland, working on my PhD in space system design, climbing the Himalayas, designing the biggest science machines on Earth, but I was always having my childhood dream in the back of my head.
His dream finally took root when the European Space Agency opened up astronaut selection in 2022. He was named as a reserve astronaut, and in September 2023, ESA announced he would be training for a future space mission.
I started my training with Axiom Space at the beginning of August 2024. So it's been, let's say, 7 months of training, and a lot has been accomplished during that time. As astronauts of Axiom Mission, we train in Japan on Kibo module, on Japanese experimental module on the ISS, with Europe in Cologne on Columbus. That is our European laboratory on the station. With NASA, we mostly train the emergency cases, medical procedures, how to deal with the life on the ISS, as well as how to perform the daily hygiene and how to use operational tools.
Uznański-Wiśniewski and the crew also traveled to Huntsville, Alabama and Marshall Space Flight Center, where they worked with payload scientists to help manage experiments on board the space station. That's important since Uznański-Wiśniewski and his crew have a lot to tackle in a very short time frame.
This mission is a short duration space mission, so it means it's very focused. We have more than 13 Polish experiments on board of this mission. We're also doing science for the Indian Space Agency, for the Hungarian Space Agency, so it's also an international collaboration mission, and it will be very intense because the timeline is packed 80 hours, full 80 hours of science and technology.
Uznański-Wiśniewski will be just the second Polish astronaut to travel to space and the first to travel to the International Space Station.
For Poland, the first space flight took place over 47 years ago, in 1978, as the fourth nation to go to space. I was born in the 80s, like Shuks, and this first flight became a real symbol of pride in Poland.
Unfortunately, Mirosław Hermajewski died back in 2022, years before he could see another Pole follow in his footsteps, but not before he glimpsed that future.
He was a big supporter and trying and waiting for, decades for someone to take the relay from him. He was a big supporter for me during my selection process. He saw me being selected by the European Space Agency. Unfortunately, he will not be able to see the mission, but to cherish and to bind our both missions together, I'll take a Polish flag that was on his spacesuit during the mission in 1978, and this will be a big moment for me and a big honor to honor his mission, but as well looking into the future for many more for Poland to come, I hope.
The formal name for Uznański-Wiśniewski's mission is Ignis, the Latin word for fire. The patch depicts an eagle, the emblem of Poland, and, like its name, Uznański-Wiśniewski hopes his work in space will light a fire in the imaginations of Polish youth.
Space missions always inspired people, and we'll use Axiom 4 to create a true impact in education. From the ISS, I'll be running live physics demonstrations for schools and science centers across the whole country. I am very excited about these lessons, and I hope they will inspire many more back home to ask questions about how the world works.
And again, that was mission specialist from Poland, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. We're currently T-minus 3 hours, 40 minutes, 9 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff of Sław, along with his 3 colleagues representing the AX-4 mission. Once on board the International Space Station, this quartet will conduct dozens of experiments representing countries around the world, not just the 4 that they are representing, though their country of origins naturally do have quite a bit of science on board this mission. We'll talk a little bit more about the science as we continue on through the countdown. But of course, just a quick word about the vehicle that you're seeing here live in the center of your screen, the Falcon 9 rocket at Launch Complex 39A. The booster that is flying this mission is going to be making its second trip to space and back. It is the tail number B1094. Flew just once before on April 29th. Up at the top of the Falcon 9 stack, adjacent to the crew access arm, is a brand new Dragon with the tail number C213. It has not been publicly named, though commander of AX-4 Peggy Whitson did say that it may have something to do with swans. She noted that they chose the name that was in relation to a conversation that was had in a pre-launch press conference when they introduced the zero-G indicator, which we'll also talk more about as we continue on with the broadcast here today. The name of the Dragon won't be revealed, though, to the public until this vehicle is on orbit. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 38 minutes, 16 seconds to the launch of Axiom Mission 4. Time now T minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, 24 seconds and counting. As we're approaching the launch of AX4, still a little bit away, but we've got some great guests who are going to be joining us over the course of the next hour to talk about all things Axiom Mission 4, as well as the other goings-on with Axiom Space. Our first guest coming up will be the Chief Strategy Officer for Axiom, who is Matt Onler. We'll be talking with him in the next several minutes, so stand by as we go ahead and get prepared for that interview. If you haven't already, be sure to like this live stream and share it. If you haven't already, allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage as we get ready to welcome in some live guests. I also want to thank Richard Tarpley, joining us with membership at the pad leader level. And then with a $2 super chat from Richard, who says, I love this. Congrats. SpaceX, good luck to you all. So again, we're getting ready for our first live guest to join us. We'll be back live on camera with you in the next few minutes. Stand by, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of Axiom Mission 4. And welcome back to Spaceflight Now and our live coverage of Axiom Mission 4. 4 astronauts led by Axiom's former NASA astronauts, head of their human spaceflight program. Peggy Whitson is going to be leading this quartet on a trip to the International Space Station, where they will spend 14 days aboard the orbiting outpost conducting dozens of science experiments for countries all around the world. And as we are counting down, currently T-minus 3 hours, 20 minutes and 6 seconds and counting to the liftoff of AX4, we're joined by our first live guest of the night and someone who has all kinds of wonderful knowledge about Axiom and its flight that's about to take off, Mr. Matt Onler, who is the Chief Strategy Officer for Axiom Space. Matt, good to have you with us this evening. How are you, sir?
It's great to be here. Great to be here. It's going to be a great launch tonight.
Absolutely. The weather's cooperating, so it seems like everything is finally lining up for this mission that's been, a while in the works now.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, no, this is going to be an exciting mission. The thing that I'm probably the most excited about is that these 3 countries, Poland, Hungary, and India, have all flown one astronaut before, but they were all 40 or more years ago. So it's the first time in almost 2 generations for these countries to return to space flight. So it's very exciting.
And so as the Chief Strategy Officer, talking about the strategy of these missions, obviously you learn from one to another and the training shifts a little bit, but talking about the crew complement that's flying on board this mission, and having, that storyline of these 3 astronauts representing countries that haven't flown an astronaut from their respective home countries for more than 4 decades. How, as Axiom is sort of laying out the groundwork for its private astronaut missions, do you decide, okay, we think these, 3 people in addition to our own person will be, the best for this mission at this time?
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to say that we planned it just this way, but it really kind of worked out. These 3 countries were ready to fly at this time. And of course, we have these opportunities with NASA to go once a year or so to the ISS. And so it really just worked out. And then all the research and experimentation that they're going to do, of course, is a long time in the making as well.
And they'll be up there for just 14 days, a short jaunt to the International Space Station as compared to the long duration astronaut missions. But each time that Axiom Space does send a crew up to the space station, it's a building block towards your bigger goal of having the Axiom Station come to fruition. Having passed through the critical design review last year, how are you feeling with where things are right now with the development of Axiom Station?
No, we feel really good. So we're on track to launch the first module and attach it to the ISS in 2027. And so we really look at these PAM missions, these private astronaut missions, as precursors. So they're helping us, one, develop customers and prepare research and payloads for flight. It helps us with our interface with NASA. It helps us develop relationships with vendors like SpaceX, who's a great partner for us. So these missions really are precursors that are preparing us for when our space station is up there.
And I mentioned the training just in passing a moment or 2 ago, but as you've been able to learn with Peggy and with Michael Lopez Alegria about how to train, folks that have, for the most part, not flown to space before, and these are obviously seasoned astronauts. What are some of the biggest takeaways from having done this now 3 times successfully they've been able to fold into AX4?
Yeah, we leverage a lot of the history of NASA and how NASA has trained astronauts, and we use a lot of the same people to train our crews. But it's been really, really important to have seasoned astronauts like Michael Lopez Alegria and Peggy. They really can help a crew that's never flown to prepare for what they're going to expect. And both of them are very wonderful, quiet leaders. And so they've been very, very helpful in preparing these crews.
Looking towards the future, beyond this mission, of course, there are at least 2 more private astronaut missions that have been announced that are being currently competed for by NASA, and of course Axiom Space would, I imagine, like to get one if not both of those. What is the strategy at this point going in, having now had that experience, but competing against other companies that are also vying for these PAM missions? Are you changing anything in your approach and pitch to NASA at this point?
I think we're prepared for stiffer competition for PAM 5. We certainly, as you mentioned, we're hopeful to win it. We actually submit the proposal tomorrow.
Good timing.
Yes, for sure. But we actually have quite a backlog of countries and astronauts who want to fly. So we have about 3 or 4 missions worth of astronauts ready to go. So we have quite a backlog. So we're anxious to continue this. Of course, it gets a little easier when we get our own space station up there. We're not as constrained. These missions, we're fortunate that NASA supports them, but they're a burden for NASA. They're extra, and so we can't do more than one a year with the ISS. But once we get our station up there, then we'll be able to fly a lot more often, longer duration missions, and a lot of the countries that we're talking to, especially countries that have flown already, their next mission they want to do more of a long duration mission.
And looking to the point at which you are sending up that power and propulsion module, the first that'll attach to the space station as the timeline looks right now, will there be, I guess, space sort of in your budgeting of time and resources to vie for a PAM mission sort of in parallel with getting that first module on station, or does the focus sort of need to swing to specifically, get to the pad, get it on orbit, and run it through all its checkouts?
Yeah, we will definitely, in 26 or so, we will definitely pivot toward focusing on our station and flying crews to our station. Even when we're attached to the ISS, we hope that we can fly crew there. But then once we separate and become a free flyer, then we're in complete control, and again can transition to longer duration missions, have a mix of short duration missions as well.
And thinking of the future with Axiom Station in orbit, once it has its modules, it's separated from the ISS, it's kind of doing its own thing in low Earth orbit. How are you imagining the low Earth orbit economy, in the final years of the space station as, Axiom Station and potentially others come online, what that competition will look like when there isn't, a natural concentration of, NASA and all of its international partners going to the ISS, but it becomes a little bit more fragmented in that way?
Yeah, and I think there's a number of things. One, I think we will be able to support many countries more than the ISS does. We really want to be able to host every country that the U.S. allows us to host. And so I think that will be part of it. And there are countries that already are in discussions with us about having their own module attached to our station. And our station is designed to be very modular, so we can continue to build off of it. So there will be countries that have their own module. The thing that I'm probably most excited about, though, for a commercial space station and the low Earth orbit economy, is the things that we will make in space that we can't make on Earth. NASA's been a fantastic place to test these ideas, but NASA can't, because of their charter, then turn around and make 1 million of something for someone or 1,000 yards of something. So once there's a commercial space station and we've really figured out something that's valuable to make, then we can make as much of it as our customer wants. In fact, we can build modules that are specific to manufacturing a particular item. And so some of these things we're seeing on this mission as well. We're flying for the 4th time a set of experiments from UC San Diego that are leading toward novel cancer treatments. In fact, one drug that was discovered on AX3 has now been approved for clinical trials. And so they're going to test that again on our station. So those are sort of the things that I think once there's a commercial station and the opportunity to make lots of things, we're going to make lots of things and change the world. The thing I often tell people is I really believe that 15, 20 years from now, we'll be surrounded by objects that we can't imagine how we live without, that were made in space.
So maybe just thinking about one of those unknown unknowns, what do you imagine is sort of the most tangible but fantastical at this point thing that might come from having a bunch of folks that are currently not operating in LEO that have their own autonomy there?
Yeah, I think it's a bit hard to predict. It's sort of like trying to predict the apps on your smartphone that you can't live without now and trying to predict that 20 years ago. And I also think there were probably lots of entrepreneurs and innovators that had this thought process where, well, I could build an experiment, I could fly it on the ISS, And even if it worked, then what am I going to do with it? Because I can't go make 1 million of them. So I think once there is that opportunity, there'll be all kinds of ideas that come out of it, and from material science to computing. There's a particular types of new semiconductors that are really, really hard to make on Earth, and much of semiconductor manufacturing is about overcoming gravity and creating vacuum, which are two things that are readily available in space. So I think those sort of things are going to be just one of many examples of the things that we'll discover that we can make in microgravity that you can't make on Earth.
And before we let you go, obviously there's a number of folks that still want to talk to you this evening before the action really starts to heat up. But of course, Axiom Space also very much involved with the creation of the AX-EMU suit that'll be flown on the Artemis 3 mission and beyond. Been making a lot of good progress on that. Where do things stand with the suit at this point?
Yeah, no, the suit's been progressing really, really well. For the very first time, we tested it with a crew in NASA's neutral buoyancy pool a couple weeks ago. So that development's going very, very well, and very, very excited because it's a fully modern suit, lots more mobility. The next person to land on the moon will wear the suit. The first female to land on the moon will wear the suit. So it's a pretty amazing opportunity, and we're very, very excited about building that suit.
And of course, this is the version that would fly and be operable on the lunar surface. I know Axiom Space obviously also doing a version that can be used for a space station. This is not that, but do you imagine before the ISS is deorbited, maybe before your station is operable, flying up the suit to do some on-orbit testing? Is that potentially in the future?
Yeah, we really would want to do that. We'll see if there's an opportunity, but we would really like to do that. Our suit design is generally the same, whether it's a lunar suit or on-orbit suit. The boot is the thing that gets changed, but for the most part, the suit is the same. So no, very, very exciting.
And just bringing it back to AX4 before we close out, you've gotten to know these 4 folks, obviously Peggy, Whitson, chief among them, but sending 4 friends up to the International Space Station on a journey to space is no small thing, no matter how many times, and I hate to use the word routine, but it's becoming more common, I'll put it that way. Where's your head at right now as these 4 are getting ready to climb aboard Dragon?
Yeah, so for me, having spent a long time at NASA, 28 years, the launch is a little different. You're just always looking for the sound of words like nominal and everything's 100%. But we're really, really excited. SpaceX is such a wonderful professional organization. The NASA folks are top notch, and so we're prepared and really, really looking forward to the mission. And one of the things that I always notice, especially when you're with people that have never seen a human launch, how excited it is. People are cheering and crying and hugging, and so it's really a pretty spectacular thing to see humans leave the planet. So, but we very, very much focus on safety, and but the crew is in good hands, and looking forward to a great flight.
Matt Ullner, Chief Strategy Officer for Axiom Space. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And of course, we still have a little more than 3 hours on the clock as we're preparing to see the launch of AX4. So don't go anywhere. We've got at least one more live conversation coming up for you right here on Spaceflight Now. We'll be right back. Now T-minus 3 hours and counting as the 4-member crew of Axiom Mission 4 are preparing to make their way from the suit-up room out to the pad there at Historic Launch Complex 39A. We expect departure of the astronauts to be fairly soon from now. Want to say thanks again to Axiom Space and Chief Strategy Officer for the company, Matt Onler, for joining us for that live interview. Really appreciate their time. Also appreciate certainly your time wherever you are watching from tonight. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor and help out this broadcast just by clicking the like button. Share the stream, allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage as we roll on through our countdown tonight. and welcome back to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of Axiom Mission 4, the fourth time that Axiom Space is sending private astronauts up to the International Space Station. We talked with Matt Onler, the Chief Strategy Officer with the company, and now we have the company's co-founder and executive chairman, Cam Gafarian, who's kind enough to join us this evening. Cam, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great, really excited, super excited to be able to finally be here and have this incredible mission with Polish astronaut, Hungarian astronaut, and Indian astronaut, that we take him to, and this whole amazing international collaboration that we're doing. And for the first time, taking a country with more than 1 billion people that we're taking their astronaut to International Space Station.
Well, and your colleague Matt was saying when we had him on the air that, it was just sort of a happy coincidence that the three that are not Peggy, Whitson flying today, or in a couple of hours, are representing countries who haven't sent astronauts into space for more than 40 years. As you're looking to bring on new countries in partnership with Axiom Space for future missions, can you sort of take us behind the curtain of sort of how those conversations go, how you go about connecting with them if they come to you, and what is that process like of actually getting that from ink on paper and a memorandum of understanding to actually being on the rocket?
Yeah, so you are exactly right. We work with lots of different countries, and I'm also excited to take the countries who have not been part of the International Space Station group, right? The European countries, as well as Canada and Japan and Russia. We're working with some countries in the Middle East. As you know, we took 2 astronauts from Saudi Arabia to space. This time, after 40 years, taking astronauts from India, Poland, and Hungary to space. And we want to really expand this and really be part of the democratization of space and make it so that everybody can go. And the thing that I love about this is how it unifies humanity, how it brings people together and provides more of an international collaborations among all these different countries in the world.
And of course, it's not just about putting bodies up into space, but also the science that they represent. With science coming from dozens of countries around the world, how important is that a factor that it's not just Polish science and Indian science and Hungarian science? It is
quite important. Actually, the latest data I got, we have 68 experiments that we're going to be performing, and 31 different countries. 31 different countries, just imagine that, are involved the next 14 days. So this is remarkable that we're able to do that. And it's also part of really creating this new economy, this new ecosystem that we're going to create in a low Earth orbit, and doing things in low Earth orbit that you cannot do on the surface of Earth, like printing corneas and retinas and do fiber optics and semiconductors and pharmaceuticals and orbital data centers. I mean, all of these things are going to be done, and we're going to create this new economy. And eventually, all of this grows to my dream to have this space city in low Earth orbit where people live and work and be able to do all kinds of different things.
As you start to build out, not just on Earth, but in low Earth orbit, the Axiom Station, how soon into that project are you hoping to have it populated? What's kind of the roadmap for that at this point?
So the roadmap is that we're building the first private commercial space station that replaces International Space Station. And our first module is going to be delivered in our facilities this fall. We're integrating all this stuff into it, and our goal is by the end of 2026, maybe early 2027, to launch our module and be able to connect to the International Space Station. We're the only company that can do that, and work in conjunction with ISS until ISS deorbits, and then separate from International Space Station and form the basis of first private commercial space station, the Axiom Space Station.
Penultimate question, because I know our time is unfortunately short this evening.
Sure.
Once you having the ability to attach to the International Space Station, like you just mentioned, is something that only Axiom has been permitted to do, but Axiom Space isn't the only company that's vying to be the successor to the space station. So I wonder, in your mind, what advantage does that give Axiom as you start to build it out module by module and then compete against the others that are hoping to, win the race in low Earth orbit?
First of all, competition is good and brings the best in all of us. So I think that's healthy. Second is, I think that because of we won this contract where we're the only one that connect to ISS, I think that gives us a huge advantage. And also, we're I believe the only one that have spent significant amount of money building our first module and optimizing to be able to deliver a module that is a future space station that actually can connect to ISS and work together jointly. So I think that's a huge advantage for us.
And just lastly then, as you look at what's still remaining on the path to the first module and the steps beyond that, what do you think is kind of the biggest hurdle that you're looking at in the future that once you get past, it'll be sort of a, wipe the brow moment a little bit?
Yeah, so, there is, CapEx for International Space Station, of course, to build a space station is a whole lot, right? So I think
capital expenditure for those. Just
exactly.
Yeah.
So we've spent more money than anyone else, I believe, in doing that. And we'll continue to be able to do that. But space is not easy, it's hard. But to have the courage to be able to go forward and make it happen is what excites me. To be bold and really go and further the human space exploration as part of the human journey.
Ken Kafarian, co-founder of Axiom Space and executive chairman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Of course, my pleasure. Thank you.
Best of luck with the mission.
Thank you.
And of course, we've got just about 2.5 hours remaining before the flight of the AX4 crew, so don't go anywhere. Lots more coverage to come. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of AX4. Time now T-minus 2 hours, 25 minutes, 6 seconds and counting. Want to thank Cam Kafarian once again, co-founder and executive chairman of Axiom Space, for joining us on the broadcast this evening. Just a little past midnight here on the East Coast, as we're just about a feature-length film away from the planned liftoff of AX-4 with its quartet of astronauts. Do believe at this point that the crew has boarded the Dragon spacecraft, and the closeout crew should be in the process of going through their final checks and getting close to the process of hatch closure over the next likely half hour or so. Unlike a long-duration space flight to the International Space Station, the private astronaut missions and commercial flights using Dragon don't publish the same broad timeline of events, so it's a little harder as things are adjusted for private missions. A little bit off of the timelines that we're used to, I'll say it like that. All that said, hatch closure should be complete just past the 2-hour mark. What we can do at this point, though, is walk you through the countdown timeline once attention is fully focused on the Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon spacecraft. SpaceX launch director will give the go for the start of prop load at about T-minus 45 minutes. A little bit different here because following that we'll see the retraction of the crew access arm, which right now is the walkway between the crew access tower and the Dragon spacecraft. Once the hatch is closed and they've got a good seal, then the closeout crew will, of course, then leave the pad. They'll have confirmation of pad clear, and they can step into all these milestones. There will be a T-minus 1 hour weather brief as well before they get into this whole process. T-minus 39 minutes is when the Dragon's launch escape system is armed. Following that point, if there is an issue that is potentially threatening to the health and safety of the crew on board Dragon, then they would use the Super Draco thrusters to make a quick getaway from the Falcon 9 rocket in the event of an emergency, once that escape system is armed. As with any other Falcon 9 rocket, fueling will begin at T-minus 35 minutes with the loading of RP-1, a rocket-grade kerosene on board the Falcon 9's first and second stages. At the same time, liquid oxygen will begin flowing on board the vehicle's first stage. T-minus 30 minutes, they start to load a cryogenic helium on board the pressure vessels for the Falcon 9's booster. Same will happen a few minutes after that on the second stage. Helium is important because it's used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. T-minus 23 minutes is when second stage RP-1 loading wraps up. And T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds is when the strong back chill down process gets underway. That's when SpaceX is thermally conditioning the feed lines there at the pad ahead of liquid oxygen loading on the second stage. Here at pad 39A, we see this manifest as the so-called big vent at about T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds. That venting lasts just about 4 minutes in duration, setting up for a second stage lock load to begin at the 16-minute mark. Because this is a crewed mission, at T-minus 10 minutes, there will also be a comms check with the 4 astronauts that will be seated and strapped in on board Dragon. Moving right along, T-minus 7 minutes is when the engine chill of the 9 Merlin engines begins. SpaceX will flow a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps, helping to protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. T-minus 6 minutes is when the first stage kerosene tank is full. At T-minus 5 minutes, the Dragon spacecraft will transition to internal power. The strong back retract sequence will begin 30 seconds after that point, when the clamp arms beneath the Dragon's trunk will open up, and then the transporter erector, the strong back, the large vehicle, or the large structure to the right of the vehicle, will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket and stays in that position until liftoff. And then at that point, it'll pull back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of the Falcon 9. 3 minutes before flight, the first stage liquid oxygen tank is full. Same is true on the second stage about a minute afterwards, at which point the Falcon 9 rocket is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final 60 seconds, as we hear the call that the Falcon 9 is in startup, control of the countdown is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers, and the propellant tanks will be brought up to flight pressure. SpaceX launch director will give their go for launch at T-minus 45 seconds. The engine ignition command will be issued at T-minus 3 seconds, and if all 9 Merlins are healthy and ignite as expected, the command will be given for the hold down clamps to release the Falcon 9 rocket for a T0 liftoff. Once again, coming up at 2:31 a.m. Eastern, 06:31 UTC for those around the world, or in just about T-minus 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 18 seconds. Time now, T-minus 2 hours, 16 minutes, 27 seconds and counting. First off, I want to thank the roughly 1,000 of you who are watching with us live at this point in the count. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream. Allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage tonight. I also want to welcome a new channel member, Joe Girardi, joining us with membership at the Mission Specialist level. Welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. As a reminder, channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, that is shop.spaceflightnow.com, access to member-only videos here on YouTube, access to our members-only Discord server, and of course the ability to watch all of our live launch liftoff moments from here in Florida in 4K. As we've gone through introductions to 3 out of the 4 astronauts that are flying aboard this mission, Commander Peggy Whitson, representing the United States, and Axiom Space as one of its employees and the head of human spaceflight for Axiom. Shubhanshu Shukla, the mission pilot, representing the country of India. Mission Specialist representing Poland, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. Now let's introduce you to the second Mission Specialist representing the country of Hungary. This is Tibor Kapu, who, like Sław and Shukla, will be flying for his very first time into space.
Watching the Olympics together with my mom was always a strong connection and a strong link between us. Seeing our athletes performing on the highest levels, being extremely proud, and cheering to them like a family member, I've always wanted to be someone who has his own jersey with my own name and my own flag on it, representing my country on the biggest stage alongside with my team.
Kapu was like many kids growing up in the 90s. Beginning by playing with Legos, he eventually followed in his dad's footsteps by becoming a mechanical engineer.
I became a mechanical engineer like my dad because I always like to, build and create things. He's more of a fixer. He can fix everything at home as long as it has any moving parts in it. And because of that, he instantly became a role model for me.
Kapu has a lot of passions, from skydiving to running to hiking and playing instruments like ukulele and guitar. But a rare opportunity presented itself 4 years ago that gave his life a new direction.
Hungary is a small country with a big history and big dreams. And Hungarian is a language spoken by very few people, but many talents. That's the reason we decided to initiate a space program in 2021 to select and prepare a Hungarian to conduct Hungarian research on board the ISS.
Kapu was one of 4 people selected out of nearly 250 to train as part of the Hungarian to Orbit, or HUNOR, astronaut program. Helping along the way, the first Hungarian to go to space, Bertalan Farkas.
My experience with Bertalan Farkas, or Berti, how we call him at home, is very similar than what you have with Rakesh Shuks. He has been part of the HUNOR selection and preparation. We had a quite long selection which took 14 months, and then a basic training which took another 14 months. And he was there for the whole time with us, overseeing the whole basic training with the love of a grandpa. He also gave extremely good advice. We should always be patient. That's, I think, a big part of a spaceflight for sure. And to approach any challenge that we face with a big smile on our faces.
Kapu says HUNOR came about at the right time. He says having the commercial space industry open the doors to Hungarian researchers and scientists will only accelerate his country's space program. And being able to send a Hungarian astronaut into orbit for the first time since 1980 will also be inspirational for many future astronauts and kids interested in STEM work.
I think re-entering this stage is a huge thing for us. We will accelerate Hungarian science and research. Our missions, I think I can speak for other guys as well, are designed to spark excitement in younger generations. It is my personal motivation to inspire them.
And again, that was Mission Specialist number 2, Tibor Kapu, representing the nation of Hungary. You're now T-minus 2 hours, 11 minutes, 43 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff of Tibor and his colleagues heading up to the ISS for a 14-day stay aboard the orbiting outpost. Time now T-minus 2 hours, 7 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. As we're getting ready to watch this crew depart to space in just a little more than 2 hours from now, of course you may have noticed the mission patch that is emblazoned on their pre-launch flight suits. Each of the members of the 3 missions prior of the Axiom Space program, AX1, AX2, and AX3, of course, all designed their unique mission patches that tell the story of the 4 astronauts that are flying aboard, the thought behind the mission that they're about to embark on. So as we get ready to see this quartet take to the skies, let's hear from its commander, Peggy Whitson, as she prepares to make her 5th trip to space and get her thoughts on how they came about this particular design for the AX4 patch.
As a group, we decided that the overarching ethos would be spaces for everyone. The 4 ascending lines represent the view from a window above of our planet, but also the 4 countries represented by the crew ascending from the Earth to work on the ISS for a common goal. The 7 stars represent the inclusivity of all continents of the Earth. And finally, the gem shape symbolizes how precious humanity is and how we share responsibility to protect and cherish our planet.
Here's another look back at the AX4 mission patch. The one on the left you'll see here was, of course, the one that Peggy Whitson was just talking about, designed by her and her 3 crewmates. The one on the right is the mission patch that was designed by SpaceX. Each of SpaceX's mission patches include a 4-leaf clover, which symbolizes good luck. And while we didn't get a chance to talk to SpaceX about the thoughts behind their patch, you can see the stripes of color, the bands of color that are emanating from the Dragon spacecraft are symbolic of the colors of the country's flags that are represented on board this mission. As we approach T-minus 2 hours before this flight takes off from Historic Launch Complex 39A, do have a question here from one of our channel members, Joni Mahoney, kind enough to put it in the form of a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Joni, for your support tonight. Joni asks, when will Axiom 4 arrive at the International Space Station? Good question, and something that we actually haven't touched on yet. So, assuming that the launch goes off tonight as expected at 2:31 a.m. Eastern, 06:31 UTC. Coverage of docking is expected to begin at about 5 a.m. on Thursday morning, June 26th. And the spacecraft, the Dragon spacecraft, is expected to dock to the space-facing port of the Harmony module at about 7 a.m. Once on orbit, the 4 members of the AX-4 crew will spend 14 days roughly conducting dozens of science experiments representing more than 30 countries, as we heard from Cam Kafarian. Taking a look live at the clock, we are 2 hours and counting now as Axiom Space, SpaceX counting down to liftoff of AX-4, getting ready to head up to the International Space Station. Thank you to the little more than 1,000 of you who are watching with us live. Appreciate all of those of you who have been with us throughout the course of this multi-hour countdown. Got just a quick peek inside the Dragon spacecraft to see that the crew and there you can see them buckled up inside the Dragon spacecraft within this split screen. Going from left to right, you've got mission specialist Tibor Kapu, who is entering something on his tablet that's in front of him. Then to his left, our right, that is mission pilot Shubhanshu Shukla. Then AX-4 commander Peggy Whitson. And finally, on the far right, in our vantage point, that is mission specialist Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. Crews have conducted a communications check between the folks in mission control and the 4 astronauts that are on board the Dragon spacecraft. Taking a look at the top of the Falcon 9 stack. That is the 5th Dragon spacecraft, the planned final Dragon spacecraft designed to enter into the fleet for SpaceX to continue providing trips to and from the International Space Station, as well as its other free-flying commercial missions like Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn. This Dragon, as of yet, has not received its public name, but we are expecting that milestone to be reached once this Dragon and its crew are up in orbit. Let's listen into SpaceX's John Insprucker talking about the status of the vehicle.
Now you can follow along the countdown to liftoff with us today at the top or the bottom of your screen. Now we're currently just inside T-minus 2 hours. Our teams have been watching the weather today along both the ascent and the recovery corridors. And the good news is that the weather is looking excellent for the on-time launch coming up early this morning out of Kennedy Space Center. We're currently tracking roughly about a 10% probability of violation around the launch pad, and about 5% as we head into space along contingency locations along the eastern seaboard in the Atlantic Ocean. We'll keep you posted on the weather throughout the countdown, but I think this morning there's not going to be a whole lot to talk about. Now to pad 39A, as you can see on your monitors, Falcon 9 stands tall. We're powered up in preparation for launch. Engine checkouts were performed overnight. Pressurization of the Falcon gas storage tanks was completed earlier today around T-minus 6.5 hours. Now, when we went live with the webcast, Falcon is just beginning its final checks for launch, and that's including a communication check with the crew. Now, as you saw a minute ago, there they are now. The crew's inside Dragon. We're just about to close the side hatch, and then we will go into the side hatch leak checks. A little bit later on this morning, an hour and 10 minutes from now, at T-minus 45 minutes, the launch director will pull the team for propellant load, and if we're go, propellant loading begins at T-minus 35 minutes. Now, as with all of our launches to the International Space Station, we have an instantaneous launch window, which today is just before 2:32 a.m. Eastern Time. If for any reason we're not able to launch today, our next opportunity will be tomorrow at 2:09 a.m. Eastern. Now, I'll be keeping you updated this morning from the status desk in Hawthorne. With that, Ronnie and Paul, back to you.
Thanks, John. We'd love to get...
So a good update on the Dragon spacecraft, the crew, and the mission. As we heard from SpaceX's John Insprucker, weather remaining good, not going to be likely an impediment to launch today, which is always wonderful to hear. As this mission, of course, is designed to be focused on the science being conducted by this 4-member crew, let's take a moment or two and talk about some of the science that is going to be performed while up in orbit. There are a number of experiments that are going to be done in partnership between NASA and ISRO, which is the Indian Space Research Organization. One of those is myogenesis, and a look at regenerating muscle tissue. The mission log line for this one is the effective metabolic supplement on muscle regeneration under microgravity. Of course, one of the things that astronauts face is some deterioration to their muscles while on orbit, depending on how long they are. This experiment is designed to get some more data on this process with, as NASA describes it, having results that could create interventions for maintaining muscle mass health during long-duration space missions, and also for those of us on Earth who will never have the chance to go to space, having more data on helping out with age-related muscle loss and muscle wasting disease, which can impact both athletes and those recovering from surgery. The other one that's on board is involving this microalgae that you're seeing here. This is the Sprouts experiment. The space microalgae will look at the effects of this microalgae growth and its genetics. This is described by NASA as a, quote, highly digestible microalgae packed with nutrients that could be a food source on future space missions. Not only do these microalgae grow quickly, but NASA says they also have the added benefit of producing both energy and oxygen and sucking up some carbon dioxide, so they could have multiple benefits, and so that's why this is being studied on this mission. One more for you. A favorite of some heading back up to the International Space Station. As NASA calls them tiny but tough, we're talking tardigrades, otherwise known as little water bears. This is a type of microorganism that is extremely resilient to all types of extreme environments, including cosmic radiation and harsh on-Earth environments as well that would kill a great number of things, but the tardigrades persevere. So once this experiment is on board, this is a picture of Peggy Whitson from a previous flight when she was using the BioServe microscope, which will be used for this experiment to examine the tardigrades. They're going to be reviving them and count the number of eggs that are laid and hatched during this 14-day mission, and do a comparison of the tardigrades on orbit and similar ones that are on the ground as well. Now, T-minus 1 hour, 50 minutes, 13 seconds and counting to the planned flight of these little tardigrades, as well as the 4 humans flying to the space station for the Axiom Mission 4 flight. SpaceX's John Insprucker notes that let's listen into the SpaceX feed.
Earlier, so we have obviously reclosed the side hatch and we're stepping into the
Okay, right now, Dragon, we talked about an
as
instantaneous
we
window.
are in
We need
pad
an
hatch
efficient
closed,
orbit
we
to
are
get
going
to the space
repeat
station.
our health check for launch escape system, so you can expect momentary flight computer state change again, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed. How copy?
And we are looking forward to another flight computer transition like we had before, as you repeat the leak check.
Yep, that's a good readback.
Yeah, we're listening to Peggy Whitson talking to the ground team at SpaceX. They're getting ready to start the leak check. When they were getting ready to close the hatch, they found a fiber across one of the seals. They cleaned that up. So we're going to press into the leak check now. Fingers crossed that everything goes well. From time to time, we will be hearing the crew talking to the ground or vice versa, so we may stop our commentary right in the middle of everything if we hear something coming up. But I started to talk about the instantaneous window, and that's because we need an efficient orbit to get to the space station. And the most efficient way to do that is to launch when the space station's orbit plane is passing over pad 39A. But it also means that you have to launch on a precise second this morning, and that's what we call the instantaneous window.
And as we were just hearing from John and Sprucker, they had some fiber that was in the seal, and they're redoing the leak check, communicating that with astronaut Peggy Whitson, who's the commander of the mission. And once that is verified, then they'll press forward with departing the pad. Of course, we'll keep tabs on the finalization of the leak check. Currently 1 hour, 47 minutes, 33 seconds and counting to lift off of AX4. SpaceX walking through the milestones leading up to where we are now live in the flight. This, as you can see on the screen, recorded earlier when the crew walked out of their suit-up room, having donned their IVA or intervehicular activity suits, getting back in their crew vehicles, making the short jaunt up to the pad, performing the lean back that crews, many before them, have done before. A slightly new thing that we've seen now with AX, or with the Fram 2 mission, they've got their ticket to ride, checking in their so-called boarding passes to be able to hop on board the Dragon, handing them off to the ninjas. They are not showing it in this broadcast, but presumably either during the dry dress rehearsal or just not part of this recording. The crew would typically sign the SpaceX logo that was on the side of the White Room there that you maybe caught a glimpse of as they were flashing their boarding passes. tradition for folks who are flying on board a Dragon spacecraft. If it is a long-duration commercial crew program mission, they will sign their names around the NASA meatball logo. If it's a private astronaut mission or a commercial flight like Inspiration 4 or Polaris Dawn, then they would put their John Hancock around the SpaceX logo to the right of the NASA one. Now watching from time gone by, the suit up, or not the suit up, the seat belts being latched for the crew. Following the astronauts getting strapped in, the seats rotate back into a position that will allow them to be more comfortable for launch, which is the position that they're currently in right now. SpaceX commentator notes that the closeout crew has now departed the pad and they're getting ready to do the final checks ahead of the process of tanking the Falcon 9 rocket, arming the launch escape system, retracting the crew access arm, all the things that we talked about earlier in the broadcast.
Our second side hatch leak check was successful.
And great news there from Mission Control.
We are happy to hear that. Great. Green carry.
In confirmation of a good side hatch leak check, done twice to make sure it is done right, and so that there's a good tight seal on the Dragon spacecraft before this crew is ready to make their departure. Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 35 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. As we are approaching an hour and a half before the planned launch of AX4, for those of you who were not with us when we introduced you more robustly to the 4 astronauts who are flying aboard this mission coming up here shortly, let's go ahead before the tanking process really begins with the Falcon 9 rocket and introduce them to you one at a time. And we'll start with the commander of this mission, making her 5th trip to space. This is Mission Commander and the head of human spaceflight for Axiom Space, Peggy Whitson.
I don't know if you remember my story or not. I've told it once or twice.
Before she broke the record for most time in space by an American,
a huge honor to break a record like this.
Before she set the spacewalking record for women, before she became the first female chief of the astronaut office.
Up here we don't wear shoes, but Shane's leaving some really big socks for me to fill.
Before she became the commander of the International Space Station, the first time.
Thank you. I relieve you, Fyodor Nikolaevich, of command.
And before she became the first science officer of the ISS, Peggy Whitson was just a young girl in Iowa with big ambitions.
I watched the first guys walk on the moon when I was 9 years old and was totally inspired by it. But of course, there were no female astronauts, and I was just a farm kid, and I had no idea how to become an astronaut. And it wasn't until I graduated high school and NASA selected the first female astronauts. And that's when it changed from being a dream to being a goal. As a young kid, I always thought I wanted to be, you know, some combination of Captain Kirk and Dr. Spock. So I wanted to be something like that. Luckily, you know, I pursued my goal, and, you know, with passing a lot of hurdles and a lot of time and rejections, I finally made it to become an astronaut in 1996.
Following a storied career at NASA, Whitson retired from the agency in 2018 before joining Axiom Space. She served as the backup commander to Michael Lopez Alegria on Axiom Mission 1 before making her return to the space station on AX2 in 2023.
I left NASA not ever expecting to fly in space again, and here commercial space industry and Axiom Space has allowed me that opportunity in just a few years from my retirement from NASA. So things are changing very quickly in space.
And now, after amassing a record 675 days in space, Whitson will return to space once again as the commander of the AX4 mission. She'll also reunite with the familiar face, Sergei Rezhikov, who was on orbit the last time she served as commander of the space station.
For me, returning to space is always a special experience. Every mission is different. Every crew brings something new to the table. I've been incredibly impressed by the dedication and the work ethic and the passion of this team. It's been a joy to train alongside them, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in microgravity. It's going to be fun.
As the director of human spaceflight for Axiom Space, Whitson will also use this latest chapter in space to continue providing first-hand experience for Axiom Space's biggest undertaking, creating the Axiom Station.
Having a lot of flight experience, it's been great for me to be able to share with the engineers who are working on Axiom Station things that are important to a crew from a crew perspective. But it's also fun to be able to take their new ideas and say, yeah, that's a great one. Or maybe this one would work better if you do something slightly different because in space this happens. So it's nice to be able to use my experience to explain that to folks and help them advance more quickly.
Commander Peggy Whitson, leading the AX4 mission, making her 5th trip to space, coming up here in just a little more than an hour and a half. Moving on down the line, we have representing the nation of India, Shubhanshu Shukla, an Indian Air Force pilot who is making his first trip to space and representing the first astronaut from India to head to space in more than 40 years.
Shubhanshu Shukla. Shuks is his call sign. He's from India. A fighter pilot for 15 years, he was selected as one of 4 Indian astronauts in 2020.
Shuks picks up the baton from Rakesh Sharma, the first Indian astronaut who flew to space back in 1984. Shuks was born a year later.
Consequently, I grew up reading about him in textbooks and listening to his stories from space. I was deeply, deeply impressed by him. However, the thought of becoming an astronaut myself never really took root because India did not have an active human spaceflight program back then.
Even with space being a far-off dream, young Shukla still kept his eyes skyward.
Another impressionable thing that I witnessed was an air show when I was in grade 6. I remember being shaken by a sneaking fighter jet that came up from behind us extremely low and pulled up towards the sky, and I lost it in a matter of a few seconds. When the opportunity presented itself for me to join the armed forces, I knew I wanted to be a fighter pilot.
Shukla joined the IAF in June 2006 and graduated from the Indian Air Force Test Pilot School as a test pilot in 2018. The timing of that was serendipitous, to say the least.
On 15th August 2018, Honorable Prime Minister of India announced that a son or daughter of the country would fly to space soon. And as a result, mission Gaganyaan was born.
As a spacefaring nation, human space explorations are very important to us. We have our own Gaganyaan program, which aims to build technical expertise and infrastructure for enabling human presence in low Earth orbit. The experience and know-how from AX4 mission are significant to us, and that would feed into our Gaganyaan program. Our astronaut candidates, Shubhanshu Shukla and Prashant Balakrishnan Nair, have been into training since August last year. As mentioned, they have undergone a rigorous training, mission-specific, nominal emergency procedures. They have practiced in various simulators and with periodic assessment on physical and psychological.
Throughout his selection, training, and development as an astronaut, Shukla says Rakesh Sharma was consistently involved.
He is really intertwined in the proceedings of the human spaceflight mission that we were already executing. We regularly keep in touch, and he is kind of a mentor for me, who is advising me on a lot of things of what to expect, how to prepare for this particular mission.
Beyond just achieving the goals of the research work on board the ISS, Shukla says he wants to inspire other young minds.
From orbit, I will also be speaking live with students, educators, and members of India's growing space industry, sharing not just experiences, but inspiration. If even one young dreamer is moved to explore the cosmos because of this mission, we will have already succeeded. I hope to ignite curiosity and excitement in young minds, to let them know that space is not a distant dream, but a future they can shape.
That is Indian Air Force pilot and the pilot for AX Mission 4, Shubhanshu Shukla. Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 25 minutes and counting. As we're continuing to reintroduce you to the crew, let's move on to the first of the two mission specialists that are flying as part of this quartet. Up next we have Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski, or SWAV for short, representing the European Space Agency in addition to his home country of Poland.
Helping explain the world around him is who Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski is at his core.
Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. His name is a mouthful, so we quickly gave him the call sign SWAV. His doctoral work on radiation-tolerant designs for space came in handy in his work at CERN as the engineer in charge of the Large Hadron Collider. If you're thinking he's a nerd, trust me, you don't know the half of it.
I was born the 12th of April, on the anniversary of Gagarin's first flight to space. For as long as I can remember, every year for my birthday, my mom was always wishing me a happy cosmonaut day. I was always interested in how the world works around us. This childhood curiosity sometimes drove everyone crazy, but I kept it with me until today, both as an engineer as well as a mountaineer. In the mountains, curiosity helped me to go further, higher, and see with my own eyes how the world looks from the next peak. Throughout my life, curiosity drove me to leaving my hometown, studying in France, living in Switzerland, working on my PhD in space system design, climbing the Himalayas, designing the biggest science machines on Earth, but I was always having my childhood dream in the back of my head.
His dream finally took root when the European Space Agency opened up astronaut selection in 2022. He was named as a reserve astronaut, and in September 2023, ESA announced he would be training for a future space mission.
I started my training with Axiom Space at the beginning of August 2024. So it's been, let's say, 7 months of training, and a lot has been accomplished during that time. As astronauts of Axiom Mission, we train in Japan on Kibo module, on Japanese experimental module on the ISS, with Europe in Cologne on Columbus. That is our European laboratory on the station. With NASA, we mostly train the emergency cases, medical procedures, how to deal with the life on the ISS, as well as how to perform the daily hygiene and how to use operational tools.
Uznański-Wiśniewski and the crew also traveled to Huntsville, Alabama and Marshall Space Flight Center, where they worked with payload scientists to help manage experiments on board the space station. That's important since Uznański-Wiśniewski and his crew have a lot to tackle in a very short time frame.
This mission is a short duration space mission, so it means it's very focused. We have more than 13 Polish experiments on board of this mission. We're also doing science for the Indian Space Agency, for the Hungarian Space Agency, so it's also an international collaboration mission, and it will be very intense because the timeline is packed. 80 hours, full 80 hours of science and technology.
Uznański-Wiśniewski will be just the second Polish astronaut to travel to space and the first to travel to the International Space Station.
For Poland, the first space flight took place over 47 years ago, in 1978, as the fourth nation to go to space. I was born in the 80s, like Shuks, and this first flight became a real symbol of pride in Poland.
Unfortunately, Mirosław Hermajewski died back in 2022, years before he could see another Pole follow in his footsteps, but not before he glimpsed that future.
He was a big supporter and trying and waiting for, decades for someone to take the relay from him. He was a big supporter for me during my selection process. He saw me being selected by the European Space Agency. Unfortunately, he will not be able to see the mission, but to cherish and to bind our both missions together, I'll take a Polish flag that was on his spacesuit during the mission in 1978, and this will be a big moment for me and a big honor to honor his mission, but as well looking into the future for many more for Poland to come, I hope.
The formal name for Uznański-Wiśniewski's mission is Ignis, the Latin word for fire. The patch depicts an eagle, the emblem of Poland, and, like its name, Uznański-Wiśniewski hopes his work in space will light a fire in the imaginations of Polish youth.
Space missions always inspired people, and we'll use Axiom 4 to create a true impact in education. From the ISS, I'll be running live physics demonstrations for schools and science centers across the whole country. I am very excited about these lessons, and I hope they will inspire many more back home to ask questions about how the world works.
And that was mission specialist Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 18 minutes, 44 seconds and counting. As that video was playing, we were watching a couple of closeout crew members walk down the crew access arm towards the tower there. Might be a little late for clearing the pad at this point, but does appear to be a nominal timeline for departure. Coming up on the pre-prop load weather brief, that's going to be in about just a little less than 18 minutes, around the T-minus 1 hour mark. Unclear if we'll be getting mission audio to broadcast that out, if it will be in a manner that we'll be able to share with folks. Of course, if we are able to broadcast that, we'll be sure to bring that to you as part of our coverage. The final mission specialist that is launching aboard AX-4 is Tibor Kapu, representing Hungary. Like his colleagues Sławosz and Shukla, Tibor is also representing a country that hasn't had an astronaut in space for more than 40 years. So let's hear in his own words about him and his thoughts about the upcoming AX-4 mission. This is Hungary's Tibor Kapu, mission specialist for AX-4.
Watching the Olympics together with my mom was always a strong connection and a strong link between us. Seeing our athletes performing on the highest levels, being extremely proud, and cheering to them like a family member, I've always wanted to be someone who has his own jersey with my own name and my own flag on it, representing my country on the biggest stage alongside with my team.
Kapu was like many kids growing up in the 90s. Beginning by playing with Legos, he eventually followed in his dad's footsteps by becoming a mechanical engineer.
I became a mechanical engineer like my dad because I always like to, build and create things. He's more of a fixer. He can fix everything at home as long as it has any moving parts in it. And because of that, he instantly became a role model for me.
Kapu has a lot of passions, from skydiving to running to hiking and playing instruments like ukulele and guitar. But a rare opportunity presented itself 4 years ago that gave his life a new direction.
Hungary is a small country with a big history and big dreams. And Hungarian is a language spoken by very few people, but many talents. That's the reason we decided to initiate a space program in 2021 to select and prepare a Hungarian to conduct Hungarian research on board the ISS.
Kapu was one of 4 people selected out of nearly 250 to train as part of the Hungarian to Orbit, or HUNOR, astronaut program. Helping along the way, the first Hungarian to go to space, Bertalan Farkas.
My experience with Bertalan Farkas, or Berci, how we call him at home, is very similar than what you have with Rakesh Shuks. He has been part of the HUNOR selection and preparation. We had a quite long selection which took 14 months, and then a basic training which took another 14 months. And he was there for the whole time with us, overseeing the whole basic training with the love of a grandpa. He also gave extremely good advice. We should always be patient. That's, I think, a big part of a spaceflight for sure. And to approach any challenge that we face with a big smile on our faces.
Kapu says HUNOR came about at the right time. He says having the commercial space industry open the doors to Hungarian researchers and scientists will only accelerate his country's space program. And being able to send a Hungarian astronaut into orbit for the first time since 1980 will also be inspirational for many future astronauts and kids interested in STEM work.
I think re-entering this stage is a huge thing for us. We will accelerate Hungarian science and research. Our missions, I think I can speak for other guys as well, are designed to spark excitement in younger generations. It is my personal motivation to inspire them.
And that was our final mission specialist, Tibor Kapu, rounding out the crew of AX4. We're now T-minus 1 hour, 13 minutes, and counting to the planned liftoff from historic Launch Complex 39A, with 3 astronauts flying for the very first time, and their commander, Peggy Whitson, making her 5th trip to space. As we approach the final hour before the flight of AX4, one special piece of each human spaceflight is the introduction of the zero-G indicator. See the closeout crew just leaving the pad there on the bottom of your screen. Watch them go down the ramp, heading towards the hangar there just off screen, passing in front of the Starship Tower. Got another view of the crew support vehicles, the black Teslas that brought the astronauts of AX4 up to the pad there, now also making their departure as we close in on 1 hour away from the flight of these 4 astronauts. Now the last 4 people out at LC-39A. On board with them, though, is their zero-G indicator, which we were just teeing up. So let's listen to the commander and the pilot of AX4, Peggy Whitson and Shubhanshu Shukla, talking about the symbolism and the meaning behind what they've chosen for their zero-G indicator today.
Joy. It's a plush swan symbolizing grace and elegance. More than just a companion, Joy will signal our arrival in microgravity shortly after launch.
There's no way.
Joy represents the shared aspirations of 3 nations united in their return to human spaceflight. The swan is rich in cultural symbolism, stands for wisdom in India, resilience in Poland, and grace in Hungary. through joy. We'll celebrate our diversity and our unity in the shared journey of space exploration.
In Indian culture, the swan is the vehicle of goddess Saraswati, symbolizing wisdom, learning, and purity. It is said to have the rare ability to separate milk from water, a symbolism that is a powerful reminder of discernment in an age of distraction. To carry this symbol is to carry the essence of our mission: pursuit of knowledge, clarity of purpose, and grace under pressure.
Peggy Whitson was asked about the name of the Dragon spacecraft that will be used to fly these astronauts up to the ISS. This is the first private mission that will be naming a Dragon vehicle. The others were named by long-duration flights to the International Space Station. The name won't be revealed until this Dragon is on orbit, but when asked about it, Peggy Whitson said that it was connected in some way, shape, or form to the reason why they chose the zero-G indicator that they did. We'll have to see exactly what that means once we get the name of this fifth Dragon spacecraft. One other little hint, sort of, that we got about this was ahead of the launch of the Crew 10 flight to the International Space Station, walking it back in time a little bit, but that was at one point going to be the debut of this Crew Dragon spacecraft. But long story short, the Dragon wasn't going to be ready in time to fly that mission in the time frame that NASA wanted the mission to be conducted for a variety of reasons. And so the decision was ultimately made to pull up the Dragon Endurance, which was going to fly AX4, now is currently docked at the station supporting Crew 10. And the new Dragon instead went to AX4. But Anne McLean said that they were going to be talking to the future flyers and making their pitch for what they would have named the Dragon. So maybe a little bit of a fusion of creative forces here between Crew 10 and AX4 as to what this Dragon spacecraft will ultimately be named. T-minus 1 hour, 7 minutes, 24 seconds and counting.
We're going to listen into the status.
All right, Peggy, we are troubleshooting an issue with uploading the current wind conditions to the vehicle. This must be completed before launch escape system is armed so that the vehicle can correctly target offshore splashdown in the event of an escape. We're tracking several troubleshooting paths at this time and are working to resolve the issue, so I will follow up with you in 10 minutes on the status. How copy?
Copy. You're troubleshooting the ability to upload the wind conditions for the launch escape system, and you'll update us in 10. Thanks.
Yep. And just to make that super crystal clear, if we do not successfully upload this by the time we get to LES ARM, we will be no-go for launch.
I was thinking you might be thinking that as well. Dragon copies.
And as we were just hearing communications between Mission Control and Commander Peggy Whitson, they're working to upload the wind data connected to the Dragon's escape system, which is armed after the crew access arm is retracted. They're having some issue with the retraction of, or excuse me, with getting that data uploaded. And if they are not able to accomplish that, then that would put this in an abort scenario for today, and they would have to scrub today's launch attempt. Mission Control told the Axiom crew that they're going to continue to troubleshoot this for the next 10 minutes, which will take us past the 1 hour mark ahead of the planned liftoff, and put it ahead of course, the call for the start of prop load, which is coming up at T-minus 45 minutes. So an important fork in the road for this mission. We'll have to wait to see if they're able to complete this troubleshooting work and allow for the departure of this rocket and Dragon spacecraft in just a little more than an hour. We're now T-minus 1 hour and counting to the planned launch of Axiom Mission 4, carrying 4 astronauts to the International Space Station to conduct a 14-day sprint of dozens of science experiments coming from more than 30 countries around the world. For those of you who may just be joining us, I'm Will Robinson Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now, and it's been a mostly calm and quiet countdown, but within the last 15 minutes, we've been listening to and hearing a little bit of updates regarding an issue with SpaceX trying to upload wind data.
SpaceX for awareness,
Let's
we're
listen.
cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copy.
As I was starting to say, teams of SpaceX are working to upload the wind speed data to the Dragon's launch escape system. And they were having some issue with that, giving themselves about 10 minutes to troubleshoot, and would come back and address the crew, let them know if they had found a resolution to that issue or not. If the answer is yes, then the mission would proceed and we'd go into the retraction of the crew access arm and the arming of the Dragon's launch escape system. Coming up a little bit before the top of the hour. However, if the answer to the wind issue is no, that they're not able to successfully upload it, then that would result in a mission scrub. We're still standing by for those updates that should come within the next few minutes.
Dragon SpaceX for awareness, we are continuing troubleshooting on the wind file upload. It has not been resolved yet. Troubleshooting is continuing.
Dragon copies. Continuing troubleshooting.
Seeing a little venting here from the transport erector. SpaceX commentators say that they as well are still waiting for an update on uploading the wind data to the Dragon's launch escape system, so no new update on that just yet. We're coming up on some important milestones here, though, so the time to troubleshoot is slowly but quickly, well, actually quite quickly, dwindling for the team there in Mission Control. The crew access arm is set to retract 10 minutes from now. Also, the go-ahead for the start of propellant load is coming up at T-minus 45 minutes. And presumably before that go-ahead is given, they're going to need to have this issue resolved. So these next few minutes are going to be critical make or break on whether or not we're going to have a launch in 51.5 minutes, or we're going to have to do this all again 24 hours or more from now.
Attention Falcon launch operators. The propellant load and launch go-no-go poll is open in step 11.87 of 1.160.
That call about the poll being open, that's for the go-no-go for proceeding into fueling the Falcon 9 rocket. As we've mentioned in previous broadcasts, SpaceX does this electronically, which is why we're not hearing a roster of folks giving their opinions on proceeding. Coming up on T-minus 50 minutes and counting. Great helicopter view of the Falcon 9 rocket with the brand new Dragon spacecraft up top. Less than 49 minutes to go now on the countdown clock. And less than 4 minutes until we should have a call on the start of prop load or not. Expecting that nominally at T-minus 45 minutes. That'll be followed by the retraction of the crew access arm, assuming that they've resolved the issue with uploading the wind data to the Dragon's launch escape system. That is still an outstanding question mark at this point in the countdown, and something that Mission Control has told the crew on board that Dragon spacecraft that they cannot proceed without a resolution. So one way or the other, in the next 3 minutes, we should have an answer to the question of, is the launch proceeding or not? Of course, this is an instantaneous launch to the International Space Station, so there's no wiggle room here in the countdown today. Less than a minute and a half now to the point at which the SpaceX launch director is expected to make the call on the start of prop load. Lots of folks around the world eagerly awaiting this planned launch, taking a live look now at a school in India, hoping to support the launch of the first Indian astronaut to the space station, Shubhanshu Shukla. These are kids in a school in Poland supporting Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski. Looks like they're in a planetarium, which is kind of nifty.
Dragon SpaceX, you have a go for Section 5, and when ready, report go for launch. For awareness, we are still troubleshooting the wind upload file. I will have a few more words for you after you confirm your go for launch.
Wilco, in work, Section 5. And SpaceX Dragon, we are go for launch. Section 5 is complete.
Copy, Section 5 complete. All right, for awareness on timeline, we have to have the launch escape system armed by T-minus 37 minutes. So we are going to take this as far as we can. What I'll need from you guys is a very fast turn on the commanding for launch escape arm, provided we get to that point. How copy?
Copy. Understand LAS has to be armed by no later than T-minus 37 minutes, and we will be prepared.
Copy that.
This is the launch director on the countdown net. The poll is complete and the team is ready for crew access arm retract and propellant load and launch pending resolution of the winds upload issue. For all operators in MCC and Hangar X, Both controllers are going to lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the LES system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until the ND confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators shall advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
And a lot of key updates there. The SpaceX teams are going to take this as far as they possibly can. Visors coming down as the
crew access arm retraction has started.
Crew access arm retraction is now underway, seeing it pull back from the Dragon spacecraft. They're going to be making a call on whether or not they've been able to get that wind speed data onto the Dragon's launch escape system. And again, they will continue to troubleshoot and work this issue as late as T-minus 37 minutes, which is 2 minutes before fueling will begin on the Falcon 9 rocket. That launch escape system needs to be armed before propellant load starts on the rocket. It's an important safety mechanism, so if once fueling is underway, the astronauts have the means of escape and can quickly get away from the Falcon 9 rocket using these Super Draco thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft.
Crew access arm retraction complete.
With the retraction complete, they would need to rely on the launch escape system and the Super Draco thrusters now to make a quick getaway from the Falcon 9 if there were to be an emergency. Going to be a lot of fast, thorough work happening behind the scenes now at this point for the next few minutes as they try to troubleshoot this issue and get these 4 astronauts who have been waiting for some time to begin this AX-4 mission. Once the Dragon team gives the go-ahead, if the Dragon team gives the go-ahead, there will be a very quick arming of the launch escape system. Nice helicopter view of the Falcon 9 stack as these final few minutes make all the difference in the world for a launch opportunity tonight. Just about 3.5 minutes left on this opportunity to troubleshoot today. If this doesn't come to pass, the next opportunity to launch would be tomorrow, conceivably. The launch opportunity at 2:09 a.m. Eastern. $40 and counting. Now within 2 minutes of
Dragon SpaceX, wind upload is complete. You are go for Section 6, close visors and arm launch escape system.
Visors are closed and arming launch escape system now.
And just to add some drama here with a minute and a half left of troubleshooting time, the wind data has been uploaded. The launch escape system is being armed. And we're just about 3 minutes away from the start of fueling this Falcon 9 rocket.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
Falcon 9 tanks are venting for the start of propellant load.
So again, if you're just joining us, maybe took a bit of a break and are just coming back to the broadcast, teams are continuing to count down towards the launch of Axiom Mission 4, now less than 30 seconds away from the start of fueling the Falcon 9 rocket, which 10 minutes ago was certainly not a guarantee, as Dragon teams were working an issue with getting the wind data uploaded to the Dragon's launch escape system. Teams were able to successfully troubleshoot that issue, get that data on board. The
Propellant load has started.
Launch escape system has been armed, and as you just heard, propellant load has begun on the Falcon 9 rocket. Fueling of the rocket begins with the loading of RP-1, a rocket-grade kerosene on board the Falcon 9's first and second stages, and liquid oxygen now flowing on board the Falcon 9's first stage. As we look at the booster flying for a second time, coming up in little more than a half an hour from now, we'll start to see a frost line form and a little bit of vapor in the area just beneath the X in SpaceX. Liftoff is 2:31 a.m. Eastern, 06:31 UTC for those joining around the world. This is an instantaneous flight to the International Space Station, so just a tiny window to get this rocket off the pad. And of course, now that SpaceX is fueling its Falcon 9 rocket, they are on the way towards getting to that T0. barring any additional issues that may crop up, we'll see these 4 astronauts take off from Historic Launch Complex 39A and begin their journey to the International Space Station, with docking set for the morning of the 26th. With fueling of the Falcon 9 now underway, let's go ahead and take a moment and talk about the launch timeline, the sequence of events that we're expecting with a nominal flight of this Falcon 9 and Dragon spacecraft. After the liftoff of the vehicle from the pad, the rocket will throttle down and pass through max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. Thermal conditioning of the upper stage engine will then commence, and that'll be followed by a few events in fairly rapid succession. See first stage main engine cutoff, or MECO, at about T plus 2 minutes and 25 seconds. That'll be followed by stage separation a few seconds afterwards, and then the ignition of that Merlin vacuum engine at about T plus 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Because the first stage booster is not landing on a drone ship today, but rather back at Landing Zone 1 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, there will be a boost back burn, which will begin at T plus 2 minutes and 42 seconds, lasting a little less than a minute in duration. That'll set up the first stage entry burn to begin at T plus 6 minutes and 18 seconds, lasting roughly 23 seconds in duration. Finally, the landing burn will get underway at T plus 7 minutes and 22 seconds, setting up that first stage booster, tail number 1094, for a touchdown at LZ1 at T plus 7 minutes and 39 seconds. Of course, the mission far from over at this point. The upper stage will continue on with the Dragon spacecraft until just before the 9-minute mark, when the upper stage engine will conclude its burn, SECO 1. Dragon spacecraft will separate from the upper stage just past the 10-minute mark, with the nose cone's opening sequence expected at about T plus 10 minutes and 46 seconds. And that'll begin the Dragon's free flight and journey to catch up to the orbiting outpost.
Start of stage 1 cryohelium loading.
As you just heard, they are beginning to load that cryogenic helium on board the booster stage. Helium will be used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. We should hear a similar call coming up in the next few minutes regarding the second stage. 30 minutes and counting. Now T-minus 26 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. I want to thank the little more than 2,300 of you who are watching with us live this evening. Our thanks to Psychonaut69 for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Also, channel member Toby Wobe marking 11 months with us as a member at the pad leader level. Offering some words of caution as teams were still troubleshooting that wind speed data problem that they have since resolved. And a thanks to Jeff Kintral for a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the support tonight. Seeing the vapor build around the Falcon 9 rocket as liquid oxygen continues to flow aboard the booster. Which again, this is booster tail number 1094 on the SpaceX fleet, preparing to make its second trip to space and back. B-1094 first launched on the Starlink 12-10 mission on April 29th. While we typically don't know the future of a booster too far out, we do know that this booster, after flying AX-4, will be prepared for the launch of
Start of Stage 2 cryohelium loading.
Crew 11, set to fly later this summer off this same pad, LC-39A. Currently T-minus 22 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. We're coming up on the start of the big vent as SpaceX prepares to thermally condition the feed lines there at the pad ahead of loading liquid oxygen on board the Falcon 9's second stage. For all of the missions heading up to the space station that are part of NASA's Commercial Crew program, there's a special team that is part of the Space Force that is referred to as Det 3, which is responsible for astronaut safety all the way uphill in case there were to be an abort scenario, while they still have the option to abort the mission, making their way up the East Coast and passing through the last abort milestone that is near Shannon, Ireland. But for private astronaut missions, they don't rely on Det 3. Rather, they rely on a commercial company that is here in Brevard County, which is called Operator Solutions. This is a group of pararescue jumpers and other rescue experts, some of whom have previously served as part of Det 3 and are very familiar with the expertise and the exercises needed in order to assure crew safety. Taking a look at a photo shared by Axiom Space in the midst of training for Peggy Whitson's last flight to space. This is a look inside their Melbourne facilities. The boat that is dedicated for fast interception, a little bit closer to shore. They do have assets positioned all along the ascent corridor. Taking a look now at the start of the big vent here. Again, this process will continue until about T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds as the feed lines are conditioned prior to the second stage liquid oxygen load.
Stage 2, RP1 load complete.
And we have confirmation of stage 1 RP1 loading being wrapped up, as you just heard. Now T-minus 17 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. Less than 45 seconds remaining on this venting process now. As teams are just about ready to start loading liquid oxygen on board the upper stage of the Falcon 9 rocket.
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
With the big vent tapering off, as you just heard, LOX load on the second stage has been given the go to proceed.
Dragon SpaceX. Count is proceeding nominally, so I have no Dragon or Falcon Watch items to update you on. We are looking good for our launch today.
Dragon copies, and we are thrilled.
Likewise.
Time now 14 and a half minutes to the planned liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket with 4 astronauts excited and ready to embark to the International Space Station. As we heard just a moment or two ago, they are not working any issues on Dragon or Falcon at this time, so nothing from mission control to report to the teams on board the Dragon spacecraft, which is certainly what I'm sure they were excited to hear. Let's go ahead and talk about where this Falcon 9 is going to be flying once it does leave Launch Complex 39A. Talk a little trajectory. A mission heading up to the International Space Station means that it's going to take a northeasterly turn once it does head off from the pad here. The first stage booster going to be arcing back, though, and looking for a good touchdown back at landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. If all goes well with the touchdown of that booster, that will mark the 64th booster landing in the Sunshine State of Florida and the 52nd booster landing specifically for LZ-1.
Dragon SpaceX. Confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
The displays are configured for launch, and the Axiom 4 crew would like to thank the incredible teams that have made this moment possible. To the Axiom Space team, you've poured your hearts into this mission. Your passion and dedication have lifted us higher. We wear this patch with pride because of you. To NASA, thank you for the decades of knowledge, the training, and the trust. You've shaped generations of explorers, and we're honored to carry that legacy forward. To SpaceX, thank you for giving us the wings to fly and the confidence for a safe return home. And to our international partners, thank you for standing with us across borders, united by shared purpose. And to every person behind the scenes, engineers, trainers, families, and friends, you are the quiet force behind this mission. We carry the hopes of many with us. As we realize the return, we will bring those hopes home to you. Thank you.
Peggy, Shukes, Sław, Tibor, from all of us that are staying here on the ground, we look forward to your mission. All the hard work from our teams culminates here, so good luck, enjoy the ride, and science the heck out of all your experiments.
Will go.
Some good words from Commander Peggy Whitson to all the teams that are involved with making this mission possible. As we're now approaching 8 minutes before the liftoff of this Falcon 9 with its 4-member crew up top. In just a little more than 20 seconds, the engine chill will get underway as SpaceX flows a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps, helping to protect them at ignition.
Engine chill has started. Stage 1, RP1 load complete.
Good call, confirming loading of rocket propellant 1, RP1. Now just 6 minutes to flight. T-minus 5 minutes and counting.
Falcon 9 propellant tanks are pressurizing for strong bag retract.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
In just a few seconds, we'll start to see those clamp arms beneath the Dragon's trunk open up.
Strong back retract has started.
With that confirmation, that'll set that visual into motion. The strong back will then recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket once those clamp arms are opened up. Four minutes and counting. In less than a minute will be the completion of liquid oxygen load on board the Falcon 9's booster stage. As we're waiting for these final few fueling milestones, I want to thank a few folks in the live chat. Thanks to Alan Gable for a $10 super chat saying, great to see favorable winds for the Dragon's wings. Priori99 joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard.
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
Confirmation of LOX load wrapping up. Less than 3 minutes to go before the flight of Falcon. Also want to thank channel member Yolanda Addy for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership in these final few minutes of the count.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
Good call there. Two minutes and counting.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
With that call out, the Falcon 9 is now fully loaded with about 1 million pounds of propellant. We're going to be seeing the ground
Dragon
gas
is in auto idle.
closeouts here. SpaceX releasing the liquid oxygen and the feed lines there. That's the extra venting.
Gas closeout has started. Expect loud venting.
As we approach the final minute of the count, we'll be hearing a call that the Falcon 9 is in startup. One minute and counting.
FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
Just awaiting the SpaceX launch director now to give their final go for launch.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
And with that go for launch, we are now
AX4 is go for launch.
just a little more than 30 seconds away from the flight of Dragon and its 4-member crew. 30 seconds.
T-minus 30 seconds.
$20 seconds. 15 seconds. And here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff of Axiom Mission 4, sending 4 astronauts to the International Space Station, 3 of them representing countries that haven't been to space for more than 40 years. Dragon has cleared the towers. Back as they approach max Q, the point of aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle.
Max Q.
There's a call for max Q. The rocket will now throttle.
Vehicle is supersonic.
Back up, as you just heard, traveling faster than the speed of sound.
Stage 1, throttle up.
Shortly, we should hear a call.
Stage 1, Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That was Peggy Whitson as they passed the first abort
Vac chill underway.
milestone, and thermal conditioning of the Merlin vacuum engine now has begun. As we come up on the second mission, minute of the mission, there are going to be 3 events in fairly rapid succession. We'll see first stage main engine cutoff, or MECO, at about T plus 2 minutes and 25 seconds, followed by stage separation, then the ignition of that Merlin vacuum engine, and then going right into the start of the boost back burn. Less than 20 seconds to the start of this event sequence, beginning with MECO.
Stage 1, throttle down.
Beginning to throttle back as they approach main engine cutoff. MECO.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. Stage 1 boost back startup and back ignition.
Some really nice views of the boost back burn.
Stage 2, Alpha.
Those
Copy, 2 Alpha.
plumes interacting, creating that nebula effect as the next abort milestone has been passed. This boost back burn wrapping up in the next 10 seconds.
Stage 1 boost back shut down.
With the conclusion of the boost back burn, a little more than 3.5 minutes into the flight. Coming up next will be the start of the first stage entry burn, which will use 3 of the Falcon 9 rocket boosters engines to begin to slow the vehicle down as it makes its way now back towards the landing.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
Landing zone 1. Look at the 4 astronauts continuing to make their climb uphill on board the yet-to-be-named Dragon spacecraft. Hopefully we'll get an answer to that question before the end of our time with these astronauts in this part of the mission. Right now still just referred to as its tail number C213, or capsule 213. Booster making its descent now, as you can see by looking at the telemetry data on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
Good confirmation of a nominal trajectory so far. A little more than 5 minutes into the flight, a good upper stage engine burn, as we're seeing now on the right-hand side of the screen. Looking for the start of the entry burn, now less than a minute away.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
Now a little more than 6 minutes into flight, we're just about 10 seconds away from the start of the first stage entry burn.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
The start of that entry burn, we should be able to see that with our tracking camera, and there we go.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
Just a very brief burn. That'll set the stage for the single engine landing burn, set to begin at T plus 7 minutes and 22 seconds.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Stage 1 FTS.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
Stage 1 transonic.
Start of the landing burn. And a nice shot of the helicopter as well.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Stage 2 FTSS saved.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And a good touchdown of B-1094 with the accompanying sonic boom to go with it. Now more than 8 minutes into the flight, the next milestone will be second stage engine cutoff, or SECO.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
That call out you just heard means that we are approaching the conclusion of this burn. Wrapping up in about 20 seconds.
SpaceX Dragon, Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
That call for Shannon is the last abort milestone. Had it been needed, just off the coast of Shannon, Ireland. But things progressing very smoothly.
Shutdown.
Now with a shutdown call out for the Merlin vacuum engine.
SpaceX Dragon, we have a nominal orbit insertion.
Nominal orbital insertion, SpaceX, and we had an incredible ride uphill, and now we like to set our course for the International Space Station aboard the newest member of the Dragon fleet, our spacecraft named Grace. Grace is more than a name. It reflects the elegance with which we move through space against the backdrop of Earth. It speaks to the refinement of our mission, the harmony of science and spirit, and the unmerited favor we carry with humility. Grace reminds us that spaceflight is not just a feat of engineering, but an act of goodwill. The benefit of every human, everywhere. Over to you, Shukla.
And a good separation now of Dragon, Grace.
What are they? नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों वाटर राइड 41 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने आपका भी सीना गर्व से चौड़ा होना चाहिए आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें धन्यवाद जय हिंद जय भारत
Thank you, Chuck. Drogie Polki i Polacy, dziś robimy ogromny krok w stronę przyszłości technologicznej Polski. Polski opartej na nauce, wiedzy i wizji. Niech ta misja będzie początkiem epoki, w której nasza odwaga i nieustępliwość kształtują nowoczesną Polskę. Dla nas i dla przyszłych pokoleń. Kosmos zawsze jednoczył ludzi. Zabieram dziś z ziemi cząstkę każdego z was. Waszej siły, waszej nadziei, waszego zaufania. W kosmosie nie jestem sam. Reprezentuję nas wszystkich. Z całego serca dziękuję wam za zaufanie. Kosmos dla wszystkich. Space for everyone. And with that, over to you, Tibor.
Thank you, Sław. 15 millió magyar emelt ma idáig. Támogatásotok olyan, mint a szürke hamu alatt nyugvó parázs. Belül csendben ízik, de ha fát dobnak rá, egyként lángol. Hálás és büszke vagyok, hogy a hazánkat képviseltem. Családomnak és barátaimnak köszönöm, hogy ti vagytok a legerősebb támaszaim. A ti hangotok hangosabb, mint a rakétánk, erőtök nagyobb, mint a gravitáció. A világűr mindenkié, a Föld pedig egyetlen. Mi a bolygónk 4 különböző pontjáról indultunk, de társakként, barátokként érkeztünk ide. A mi küldetésünk a tiétek is. Köszönöm mindenkinek szerte a világon, akik hozzájárultak ez a gyönyörű naphoz. Egynek minden nehéz, soknak semmi sem lehetetlen. Go X4!
And some good words from the 4 members of the AX4 crew. You see their zero-G indicator now flying free. Joy, the swan, having cultural meaning for all 4 countries.
Dragon SpaceX, on behalf of the entire SpaceX launch team, thank you. It's been a privilege to work with you so far, and we're excited for you to have a safe flight and a safe return home. Good things come to those who wait. Godspeed to the maiden crew of Grace.
And we thank you all as well.
Grace now flying free and making its way up to the International
Dragon
Space.
SpaceX. We appreciate all of those words on your maiden voyage of Grace and an excellent capsule name. Capsule activation is progressing, so we had a nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. We are proceeding through nose cone deploy now.
Grace copies.
Teams are targeting the docking to the International Space Station of the newly announced Dragon Grace at 7 a.m. Eastern on Thursday, June 26th. With Dragon Grace now on its way to the orbiting outpost, we're going to start to wind down our live coverage of today's flight. Before we do, though, want to take a moment to take a spin through these mission stats as they currently stand. This mission marked the second flight of the Falcon 9 first stage booster, B-1094, which had a good touchdown over at Landing Zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. This was the 495th launch of a Falcon 9 rocket to date, the 78th of 2025. This was SpaceX's 433rd Falcon booster reflight, with a launch of a booster that has flown at least once. This is the company's 149th orbital launch within the last 365 days, the 113th orbital flight from Pad 39A, and the 207th overall orbital launch from this pad as well. Here's a look at the bar chart representing the Falcon family of rockets year over year. Moving on to some recovery stats with a good touchdown at Landing Zone 1. That was the 52nd time that we've seen that to date. This was the 64th good landing in Florida, the 90th land landing when you bring in California, and this was the 467th overall SpaceX booster landing to date. Finally, with some industry stats, this was the 54th orbital flight from Florida this year, the 83rd from U.S. soil, the 91st from a U.S. rocket company, and the 138th orbital launch around the world. There have been 3 orbital launch failures on the year, and here's where our pie chart now currently stands. A little more than 17 and a half minutes into the mission for this new crew, heading up to the orbiting outpost. And that will go ahead and do it for us in this 5+ hour broadcast of ours covering the AX4 mission. Certainly appreciate all of you who have been with us through the marathon mission coverage that we've had today. Our thanks to moderators Jeff Hansen and Callistia Lee, Rick Donner. I believe I saw Astro Joe in here as well at one point. Thanks to all of you for helping us out with coverage today in the live chat, and to our channel member Cumulus Granatus, who's been answering questions and queries in the chat throughout the course of this broadcast as well. Want to thank our friends Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions and Chuck and Jen Briggs, who've been helping out throughout the course of our live coverage as well tonight, or last night and this morning, I suppose. Thanks to all of our photographers, to John, to Michael, to Adam. You can find them at their handles here on X, where they'll have some photos from today's flight and a look back on AX4 as their cameras saw it. Be sure to follow them here on X as well as Spaceflight Now, simply at Spaceflight Now. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button on your way out the digital door. And remember, we do have another Falcon 9 launch from over at SpaceX's other pad here in Florida, Space Launch Complex 40. That's coming up in the, unfortunately not that far away for our sleep schedule sense, coming up at 12:39 p.m. Eastern, 16:39 UTC for our friends around the world, and we'll be back with you for live coverage of that mission coming up in the hours to come. So our team's going to close things down, get as much rest as we can, and we'll have that live coverage for you in the hours to come. Thanks to our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, for running the technical operations of the broadcast today. Always challenging with big launch coverage, so want to give a Heartfelt thank you to our full team for all of their work throughout the course of the evening into the morning. Most importantly, though, I want to thank you for wherever you've been watching from. We leave you in these overnight hours with a look back from our tracking camera of the flight of AX-4 and the maiden voyage of Crew Dragon Grace. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson Smith. Remember, be good to yourselves, be good to others. We will see you next time, folks. Enjoy these views, and until we meet again, bye-bye.